Hi everyone, this is What If Fan. We are back with another part of What If There Was a Different Luffy. Please find fanfic name and author name in the description, and please support the author. If you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe. Let's start Chapter 301, Impel Down 10, Third Person POV. Impel Down, first half of Grand Line. The second Navy ship started heading towards Impel Down as the members of the Navy looked on in surprise at Impel Down, with the sun rising on the horizon. "What the hell is going on here?" the Vice Admiral murmured, looking through his long-range equipment. "Impel Down has been destroyed?" another Vice Admiral murmured in disbelief. "This is bad. Get me the Den Den Mushi quickly. We need to inform HQ, he ordered, as the sailors quickly grabbed the Den Den Mushi. "Hello," the voice on the other end spoke as soon as he picked up the equipment. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, we have a visual on Impel Down. The situation is much worse than we imagined," the Vice Admiral said as the snail's face turned extremely grim. "What is it now, a few hours before the execution?" "Is it Whitebeard?" Sengoku asked. "There is no sign of the Moby Dick, Mr. Sengoku. There are Navy ships all around the destroyed area, but for some reason, they are anchored, and we have no further vision. We'll have to get there to see what happened." "But there's the Navy ship stolen from HQ, he informed. "The Shichibukai Teach. I don't think it's him who did this because Impel Down's communication was cut off before he passed through the gates of justice," Sengoku reasoned. "Inform me as soon as you find out what is happening, understand?" Sengoku warned, and they nodded. Finally getting close to the destruction of Impel Down, they could see numerous injured bodies on the ground, while a group of Navy soldiers and prison guards were assisting them. "Look, it's the Navy," someone finally saw the second ship approaching. "Another enemy?" another exclaimed. "Look at the number of people. They are really soldiers of justice," another exclaimed with joy. Two figures flew from the ship and started jumping in the air, arriving faster as they landed in front of the men still conscious and not caught by Teach's attack. "What happened here?" one of the Vice Admirals asked as the men looked on with relief. "It's so good to see you, Vice Admirals. We were attacked by the Shichibukai Teach. Not only that, but the prison has been under siege by Monkey D. Luffy since yesterday afternoon. They destroyed the surface and entered the prison. No one can stop them. Even Magellan was knocked out by the Straw Hat," the men exclaimed quickly, while the Vice Admirals frowned. "The Straw Hat!" they exclaimed, stunned. "Why are they attacking the prison?" they exclaimed. "Ace is at HQ, but Monkey D. Lucy was imprisoned with Ace by Garp." The girl protested and wanted to interfere in the war, but Garp, wanting to prevent his granddaughter from doing something that would get her expelled from the Navy, placed her here until the end of the war, the Admiral informed the other, who looked surprised at this. "This is bad," the other Vice Admiral said. "We must go quickly. Remember that it's not just Monkey D. Luffy, but the Shichibukai Teach who came here for some reason." "Soldiers, give me the Den Den Mushi," the Vice Admiral wanted to inform, but a soldier arrived from the ship they had come on with a frown. "Sir, the Den Den Mushi is no longer working," he showed the snail looking tired. "This is bad. I feel like we are in some kind of field with my hockey. We were communicating before, so we must get out of here," he said, taking the Den Den Mushi, and using Geppo began to move away until he no longer felt the strange field they were in. Their first priority was to inform HQ of what was happening here. After all, HQ should be informed about this to await orders or reinforcements, although the latter would be quite difficult with the war about to break out. "This is troublesome." The Vice Admiral, jumping in the air, looked at the still wilted Den Den Mushi. Whatever had happened there was exhausting the snail to the point that it took time to recover even after leaving the field. So this Vice Admiral continued jumping back to the port. "We need you to take care of the injured, but a group must leave with the ship from this space and wait for the Den Den Mushi to start working again. Report everything that is happening to HQ, while my colleague and I will go inside the prison. Understood?" he ordered, while the sailors who came with the Vice Admirals nodded quickly and began to split up. "Let's go," he said to his colleague, and they started running towards the entrance of Level 1. Meanwhile, on the second level, as Teach and his group continued walking around, They encountered a crowd of prisoners at that moment, with Buggy leading them to the exit after gathering everyone from the floors, taking advantage of the fact that the guards and animals were all knocked out. Zihaha! What do we have here? Teach was surprised by this and laughed, while his group remained silent. Who are you? Buggy exclaimed, surprised by this while keeping a cautious look. You're that red-nosed kid who used to hang out with Shanks. Teach exclaimed, recognizing Buggy from the time when Whitebeard and Roger used to meet before engaging in a one-on-one battle. You're the one who hurt Shanks. Wait, who are you calling Red Nose? Buggy immediately complained with a grimace. Zee-ha-ha-ha! Teach started laughing without caring much about Buggy. They're just prisoners, so let's continue our way, Teach said. Buggy was still cautious while starting to move, and Teach found something interesting, the elevator. Hey, Zee-ha-ha, prisoners, is the elevator working? He asked. It is, a prisoner responded, having seen other members of the prison using it before. But as soon as he finished speaking, a light illuminated from the equipment, and its entrance was destroyed with purple flames, from Luffy's attack on it from the 6th level, which was not limited to just that place, as the flames continued to spread from floor to floor, completely destroying that mode of transport. Teach was surprised. Zee-ha-ha-ha-ha! It looks like the Straw Hat is quite busy down below. Let's continue via the stairs then, Teach said, and the group started following the path, ignoring the prisoners once again. We should continue. Captain Buggy? The pioneers asked, while Buggy was a bit stunned and nodded. Yes, let's continue. He ignored Teach, despite being cautious. Hey, did you hear him say he used to hang out with Shanks? A prisoner asked another as soon as the strange group departed and they continued running to the surface. Yes, but could it be Shanks like the Emperor? They wondered. I don't think Chief Buggy is that important. He couldn't possibly know one of the 4 emperors, could he? Another raised the question, looking at each other. I think he's mistaken. Another concluded, as they forgot the subject, not thinking Buggy was that important after all. Despite him freeing them and declaring himself as their leader, he was still stuck on the 1st level. Meanwhile, Buggy was sweating, hearing the people murmuring behind them, hoping not to be discovered, as he wanted to hide his past and pass as someone ordinary, being too weak to deal with great forces if his past were discovered. They continued running for a while until they finally emerged on the 1st level, hoping to reach the surface before finding a ship and finally leaving the prison. But what they did not expect was that as soon as they entered the 1st level, there were 2 people in front of the gate of the staircase. From the 1st to the 2nd level, the 2 vice-admirals were advancing behind the people, causing chaos when they felt a huge crowd approaching, and were surprised that all the prisoners from the empty cells they had seen were now appearing in larger crowds trying to escape the prison. Buggy immediately stopped with his group and faced the 2 men in high-ranking Navy uniforms. The 2 groups stared at each other for a few seconds without anyone saying anything. So here are the prisoners, a vice-admiral said. It seems that not only them, but there are also members from the 2nd level, if not all. Are there no more guards on these floors? Another said. They're vice-admirals, a prisoner murmured, still not recognizing their current situation. I think they must be after those guys from before. But now that we're here, another said. This means we're screwed. Buggy commented with a defeated and terrified look, imagining what would happen to them next. Already on the 4th floor, with the largest group of prison soldiers gathered, ready to combat the Straw Hats, unaware of Teach also invading the prison. Damn it! First, that strange tremor. Now the elevator is destroyed. Magellan, still injured, looked at the burning elevator. First, something caused the entire prison to tremble, not knowing that there were 7 Conquerors hockey users doing it. Then that wave of fire destroyed it from the lower floors. What are we going to do, Director Magellan? A soldier asked. We'll wait for them. They must pass through here anyway, Magellan said, preparing to face the invaders on the 4th level. Director, I need to punish the invaders. Their captain escaped my sadistic punishment. Sadi spoke angrily, with a flush in her eyes, remembering what she would do to that invading man before Nami's claws threw her far away. Director Magellan, the chief warden was kidnapped by the pirates. We need to rescue her. A soldier who was with Domino to face the Straw Hats said. This is bad. We must rescue her at any cost. Magellan frowned. Director Magellan. A new voice emerged, and Hannibal, all injured, approached Magellan. You let the prison be invaded. You no longer deserve to be the director, he exclaimed. Magellan said nothing and ignored him, not having time for this at the moment. Resign. Hannibal spoke again, while Magellan ignored him, waiting for the Straw Hats to finally appear again, as he knew Luffy was here for his brother, as he said a bit before the fight started. Already on the stairs on level 5.5, the Straw Hats continued their journey to level 5 until a group appeared in the middle of the path. Who are they? They look funny. Look at the size of that one's head, Lucy exclaimed curiously and laughed. Ivankov. Luffy stopped in front of the group, looking at them with a raised eyebrow. Monkey D. Luffy, this is your sister, the other daughter of Dragon. Ivankov looked at Lucy curiously, remembering her from the newspaper. Surprised, she was on the 6th floor. What are you doing here? We're leaving, and I thought you'd stay here. Luffy interrupted him. He didn't dislike Ivankov, but had his answer and would respect it without forcing him to join the war as in the original, so he was about to leave without further talking to him. I thought it over, Ivankov admitted. I want to help you in this war. It's time we left the prison, Ivankov said while the people behind him nodded. All right, Luffy agreed, not denying him, as Ivankov could be a great help. So let's go, Luffy said as he started to continue the path, grabbing various clothes for them to enter the 5th floor and withstand the cold of the floor. Chapter 302, Impel Down 11, Third-Person POV, Impel Down, first half of Grand Line. The door from the 5th to the 4th level was filled with prison soldiers, who kept pointing their weapons at the frozen area after Luffy destroyed the door with his punch, while Magellan waited along with his men and all the prison officers. In the middle of the snow, a shadow emerged with more appearing from all sides of the first shadow, revealing Luffy and the crowd that accompanied him at that moment. Prepare for battle, Magellan said, while everyone nodded tensely with their weapons pointed and trembling at the enemies coming from the 5th level. It seems that Magellan is back in battle, Luffy commented, seeing the director with medical bandages around his injured body. Sorry about this, but we're breaking out of prison, Lucy shouted next to Luffy. Suddenly a pink leap stepped in front of the prison guards, and Sadi appeared, jumping high before anyone could react. She prepared her whip. Finally, I'll punish you. She immediately launched the attack on Luffy. This woman again, she's persistent, Nami complained, and before Sadi could complete the attack, Garuda's claw grabbed her again, and everyone saw the woman fly back to the 4th level. Miss Sadi, all the soldiers exclaimed, and a wave hit them, causing them to fall to the ground, leaving only Magellan standing. You should know that crowds don't work against me, Luffy said while Magellan frowned, not noticing a fist coming towards his already broken face. Luffy hit him with great force again, sending him flying backward before falling unconscious shortly after. Luffy, I hope you didn't kill him, Lucy exclaimed, immediately entering the 5th level. The explosion of Magellan's body colliding with a wall several dozen meters away before he fell unconscious again. Damn, my hand is poisoned again, Luffy commented with the venomous slime staining his fist as he returned to his crew. Reiju, help me here, he said. Meanwhile, Ivankov and Jinbei were watching this with wide eyes and open mouths, with Crocodile frowning. He defeated the director with just one punch. Ivankov's companions couldn't believe what they were seeing. He was already injured from our last battle and hadn't fully recovered, so it was easy to do this, Luffy replied calmly to their shock. The crew continued walking past the lake of fire, while various prisoners watched them and shouted for help. Lami, can you get to that point and open the cells? Luffy asked Lami to go to the control room on the floor. Yes, she nodded and created her room before disappearing. Moments later, all the cell doors were opened. We're free! Ha! Freedom! I'll get revenge on the guards. Thank you, guys. The prisoners started shouting immediately, but Luffy silenced them the next moment by releasing his haki throughout the floor. Listen, I don't care if you escape from here, but if anyone kills any guard knocked out by me, I'll feel responsible and turn you into ashes. Understand? Luffy spoke calmly through his haki, making everyone feel the threat. He wouldn't allow anyone to die at someone else's hands while knocked out by his haki. This made the prisoners abandon the idea of going to the entrance of the 5th floor and start running to the 3rd floor. "Let's go," Luffy said, and began heading to the next floor, with Lami reappearing. Teach was entering the 4th floor when he saw a crowd of prisoners running towards the door from where he descended. "What's going on here? Zia!" He laughed. The prisoners didn't care about him as they continued running to the 3rd floor. Teach didn't mind either as he continued walking towards the 6th level, but soon among all the prisoners a group appeared, being Luffy, a man he knew very well after Jaya when he was threatened. Teach stopped in front of Luffy, while Luffy's group stood in front of Teach, staring at each other. "Lord Crocodile!" Crocodile looked to the side when a man he knew well and was imprisoned on this floor approached him, being Mr. One. "You finally came, Mr. One," Crocodile said. "Crocodile boy, who is this?" Ivankov approached Crocodile, making him frown with this question. Since they met on level 5, Ivankov had been a stone in his past, and it wasn't just him. The Straw Hat himself knew about his past. "What's the plan?" Mr. One asked. "We'll follow them to Marineford, then we'll take our own path." That was what Crocodile hoped. Returning to Luffy, he looked at Teach and his group with interest, finding them in the same place as the original Luffy. "Who is this?" Lucy asked curiously. "This is the man who captured Ace," Luffy said. "What?" Lucy was shocked and started to get angry. "Zia ha ha ha, Straw Hat!" Teach said, despite having a dark frown and not wanting to provoke Luffy. After all, he was much stronger than his current self. "I see you went to the 6th floor, but you only took a few people," he said as he noticed only a few people from that level in the group. "If your plan is to recruit some people from that floor, you can still do that, but I've already taken the liberty of facilitating Bullet and Redfield's escape. So you better be careful who you provoke there," Luffy commented with a smile. "Bullet?" Teach didn't seem to know Redfield, but Bullet was someone he knew very well from his journey at sea. "Yes, now I have to go," Luffy said, but the next moment his gaze returned to Teach with a new gleam. Teach saw this and prepared to fight, with his group doing the same. "You know, I said I wouldn't harm you in Jaya as long as you didn't permanently harm my brother. But you still captured him. I may not want to kill you now, but I can't let that slide, can I?" Luffy said with an amused tone. "What are you?" Teach was already prepared to fight when he saw purple flames flying towards him. Teach quickly put his hand in front, causing the dark mist to start emerging from it and suck the flames as they got close into the darkness like a black hole. "Zia!" Teach laughed, seeing the flame being consumed by his powers. "You should know that doesn't work against my darkness, Logia," he said, imagining that Luffy had a very good understanding of his powers since Luffy approached him in Jaya to put a devil fruit in Ace's sword. But as soon as the flames were completely engulfed in front of Teach, he saw in front of him where the group was, but realizing that Luffy was no longer among them. Before he could question it, he felt a presence behind him. "Very useful ability, Teach," Luffy said behind him, his body engulfed in flames and much larger than usual, as he was in his phase 2 at that moment. "But you know that's not enough," he continued, and before Teach could react, Luffy punched him, sending the Shichibukai flying away as the ground exploded with his body. Luffy also disappeared from the spot as bullets began to be fired at him by Van Augur. Luffy dodged immediately, jumping in the air, seeing someone appear right beside him. It was Burgess, advancing wanting to punch Luffy. But before Burgess could react, Hugo appeared, leaning in and launching a punch against Burgess's fist, while his own fist was wrapped in rocks. The punches clashed immediately with an explosion. Burgess was surprised, but didn't stop the challenge, opening a smile and advancing excitedly as they clashed their fists. Hugo's rock fist cracked, but the Straw Hat member still gained an advantage against Burgess, who retreated in surprise and was sent flying backward. Van Augur aimed again at Luffy, who was still in the air, while staring at the spot where Teach had fallen. However, just as he was about to shoot, a laser beam advanced towards him, forcing Van Augur to dodge or shoot the laser, which generated an explosion when his bullet and the energy clashed. He looked at who shot, which was Usopp from the crowd, keeping a serious look while aiming his pistols at the target. "You want to fight?" Usopp spoke with a dangerous tone in contrast to his usual personality. Luffy was watching from a distance alongside Doc Q, ready to attack and help his captain, but suddenly a blue space appeared and they simply disappeared from the spot, reappearing over the lava lake while they fell in surprise, with Lami just clicking her tongue after sending them to their deaths. "Ah!" Teach appeared screaming while feeling intense pain due to the weakness of his devil fruit. He finally got up at this moment and gritted his teeth, looking at Luffy still in the air. With a quick movement, Teach created a vacuum with his hands, pointing at Luffy while using his darkness absorption. Everything seemed to be sucked towards Teach's hand, or rather, almost everything. Teach looked surprised that Luffy didn't move an inch with that. "What is happening? How is he still standing?" Teach murmured a bit scared, seeing that his fruit wasn't having any effect, but he didn't realize that Luffy was still being sucked in, but moving so slowly that no one noticed. "His ability is really strong." Luffy smiled with this internal comment. "However, I slowed my speed to .001, he thought calmly. Luffy was only thinking since he couldn't even move his mouth because he was slowed down multiple times, so he didn't even bother trying. "Damn! How did you do that?" Teach didn't understand until he finally gave up, seeing that Luffy wasn't moving. However, as soon as he stopped sucking Luffy, he disappeared and reappeared beside him. "You think I don't know how to fight against you, idiot?" said Luffy, punching him even harder without Teach being able to do anything. Teach went flying to the other side of the prison, causing another explosion when his body collided with the wall. Luffy just looked into the distance while Luffy and Doc Q, riding his horse, appeared beside him as he flew. Lami was about to react with Haki, but Luffy raised his hand to her. "Leave them. We don't have time for this," Luffy requested. After all, he didn't want to fight Teach now. It wasn't a real fight. Just a few punches were enough. A fierce battle between shooters was happening with Usopp versus Van Augur at this moment, while Usopp activated his wings and flew, shooting at his enemy trying to avoid the explosions that Usopp could create. Usopp had the advantage of having a devil fruit like Bahamut. Meanwhile, the man dodged attacks that sometimes were so large that they threw him far away. Usopp stopped attacking after seeing him fly away with one of his attacks. Van Augur didn't return to attack but ran to where his captain had flown. Meanwhile, Burgess broke a pillar while flying away with Hugo landing after another clash of punches. "It looks like you're just big," Hugo mocked, seeing the man flying while breaking another part of the wall. He didn't advance, seeing that Luffy didn't want to fight anymore. "Let's stop. Leave them," Luffy requested, opening a smile. "After all, we have some new company." He landed on the ground next and looked at the two vice-admirals who had arrived on the floor, while Lucy frowned. After all, she was a member of the Marines. Chapter 303, Impel Down 12 Third-Person POV. Impel Down, first half of Grand Line. Buggy wasn't in a very good situation. As he woke up after being beaten along with all his men when they encountered the vice-admirals, he noticed that after some time, the Marines, not wanting to waste too much time with low-level prisoners, just left them on the ground and continued on their way to the lower floors. Buggy stood up and began calling everyone. "Come on, the Marines are gone. Let's move before the guards come back here," he shouted, and everyone began to agree. "Let's go, Chief Buggy," they exclaimed. Then a sound came from behind them, and several new prisoners from the 4th level appeared at the entrance to level 1. More people? Buggy was confused but soon nodded, satisfied with it. "Let's go, more of my men have arrived," he shouted, and everyone from levels 1 and 2 looked at Buggy with admiration. "You really knew about this, Chief Buggy." Chief Buggy is very strategic. They started shouting excitedly for Buggy and moved forward while the members from level 4 joined them. A little confused by the other prisoners shouting, but they just wanted to get out of prison and nodded as they joined the group heading to the prison entrance. It was already mid-morning when the Marine ship not far away finally saw some sign of the Den Mushi starting to work again. "Finally, let's contact HQ immediately," the Marines exclaimed, and the highest-ranking officer on the ship made the call. "This is HQ," the voice on the other side spoke. The officer wasted no time in informing the gravity of the situation at Impel Down. "Listen, Impel Down is being assaulted by two pirate groups. First, Monkey D. Luffy launched an attack on the prison, cutting all communications. Hours later, Marshal D. Teach launched an attack. We don't know if the two groups are connected, but two vice admirals went down to check the situation. I repeat, Impel Down is under attack and couldn't even resist the first attack from Monkey D. Luffy," he exclaimed into the Den Den Mushi. "This?" The Den Den Mushi showed a surprised face and then switched to a serious look. "We will inform our superiors," he said and hung up. Meanwhile, in the first area of the prison, the conscious guards and marines soon noticed something was wrong. The men treating the wounded from Teach's attack began to hear something. "I'm hearing footsteps and shouting," another guard said with some fear. "Don't tell me it's—" Before he could finish, the gate leading to level 1 exploded at that moment, and a crowd of prisoners emerged, with Buggy leading the group. "It's the prisoners! Prepare to fight them! Permission to shoot!" The Marines started shouting as they quickly tried to stop them, beginning to shoot into the crowd. The sound of gunfire quickly alerted the Marines on the ship while they were talking directly to Sengoku, having a difficult conversation as they reported what was happening. "My lord, a crowd of prisoners has surfaced. The guards are fighting them right now," a Marine warned the officer who was on the line with Sengoku. The sound of gunfire and screams began to echo through the prison. "What is it now?" Sengoku, with a massive headache, shouted furiously. His shout seemed to be heard throughout HQ as the crowd of soldiers began to position themselves in the square, waiting for the war to start, while many officers there gave motivational speeches to boost the men's morale. Garp, who was on top of the main justice building, looked down, a little surprised by Sengoku's furious outburst. He would have laughed at it, but there wasn't any mood for that. He didn't even want to hear what was happening. After all, his grandson was about to be executed, and his granddaughter was imprisoned in Impel Down. "My lord, we must help them." Back on the Marine ship in front of the prison, a Marine asked for permission to return to the area where the Den Den Mushi wouldn't work. "All right, stop them and keep us updated on the situation. I can't send help with the execution starting at this moment." Sengoku was increasingly cornered. If he sent help, he might lose the chance to have enough force to kill all the targets in this war. "All right, we'll do everything for justice." The Marines shouted and began steering the ship back to Impel Down. A tense battle was beginning on the first level. Sengoku saw the Den Den Mushi lose communication after some time. It seems he went after his sister. Now how did he get that information? I don't know. A voice emerged in front of Sengoku. "Shouldn't I send reinforcements? All those Marines are going to die," Sengoku said with a lost tone, wondering how they could deal with those enemy forces. "Maybe, but that will weaken the forces here, which is even worse. To achieve a good result, you should send a large part of the forces. Otherwise, it will only delay him. We must wait for him here. After all, he will still be drawn here." The one speaking was none other than Sengoku's former boss, Kong, who was sitting in his office. "Yes, the only thing I can do is ensure that the lives lost by those Marines are not in vain. We will stop all these pirates today and end Roger's last lineage." Sengoku spoke with a serious tone, and Kong nodded, as he was there to reinforce the Marines' power in the war. At the entrance from the second floor to the first, the door exploded at that moment, with Luffy emerging with his group heading for the surface. Luffy looked to his side and saw his sister in internal conflict. "I know it's not easy, Lucy, but now we have to keep going, and there's no turning back," he commented. "I know, it's just hard to accept all this," she replied. Luffy could understand. After all, in a short time, she went from serving as a loyal Marine to justice, to going to Marineford to save Ace, even if it meant becoming an enemy of the Marines. Luffy noticed her look when he beat up the two vice admirals who appeared and lay on the ground of the 4th level, bleeding and unconscious after Luffy started fighting them. "Remember, Lucy, there's nothing more important than family," he told his sister. "Yes, you're right," she said finally, and they continued to the last level before reaching the surface. On the fourth level, Magellan had just woken up, still feeling intense pain after being knocked out a second time. "I need to stop them. I can't let them get out of here," he said with some determination. Even if he died today, he would protect his prison. While the soldiers remained fallen, he began to walk, trying to reach Luffy, but was surprised by what he saw at that moment. As he arrived at a point above the lava lake, he saw Teach and his group recovering from the fight with Monkey D. Luffy and heading to the 6th level. Magellan quickly grew somber, realizing what was happening here. "Zehahaha, are you the director?" Teach asked, his face covered in blood after being beaten by Luffy. "I don't have time for this, Hydra." Magellan wasted no time and summoned his poison, and before Teach and the others could react, the Hydra struck them, covering them in poison with one of its heads. Teach's entire crew fell to the ground, enveloped in poison all over their bodies, while Magellan simply left them there to die and continued towards the stairs to the next floors. Meanwhile, Luffy finally emerged on the surface with his group and quickly realized the place was in chaos, not only because of Teach's passage, but also due to the conflict between the Marines and the prisoners. There were corpses from both sides scattered all around. "This is pretty bad," Vivi commented. "We don't have time for this. We're heading into a war that will be an even bloodier scene than this. So let's keep moving, but we have to be quick," Luffy commented as there were no more walls on this side, allowing them to see in all directions. At the port, there was a marine ship that the prisoners had captured after overpowering the Marines with much greater numbers. "We don't have any more coating, and Enel damaged all the other ships here, but there's that ship to take us part of the way to Marineford, so we can't let them escape. Nami, stop the ship," Luffy said and continued walking toward the port, ignoring the dead and unconscious people on the ground. "We'll finally get out of here, following my plan completely." Buggy appeared in front of the ship crowded with prisoners while everyone nodded in agreement. "Yes, Chief Buggy, you are truly an admirable man." "Long live Chief Buggy," the people exclaimed to Buggy. "That's right, Buggy. Long live Chief Buggy." They continued shouting excitedly. They kept cheering for Buggy while he looked on with pride. "Finally, freedom, and I even gained all these followers. My day couldn't get any better. Ha ha!" Buggy commented to himself as he raised his hands excitedly, with the ship leaving the port at that moment. "Thank you, God. You truly blessed me," he exclaimed with everyone else also celebrating. "Freedom!" Buggy shouted. "Freedom!" Even the prisoners from the 4th level quickly converted to Buggy's faction and joined the crowd, shouting in unison. But suddenly the ship trembled, causing everyone to lose their balance, with Buggy falling face first onto the deck. "What's happening?" he exclaimed as he saw the ship struggling to move but unable to leave the spot. "Chief Buggy, we're stuck. A giant claw is stopping the ship," a prisoner shouted as he ran to Buggy with a frightened face. Buggy immediately ran to the back of the ship and saw a massive claw holding the lower part of the vessel, glowing green and keeping it in place. "What's going on?" Buggy said, bewildered. "Look, Chief Buggy," one of the prisoners shouted, pointing to the front as Luffy approached the edge of the port with a smile on his face. "Mugiwara!" Buggy shouted, scared. "Hello, Buggy. I see you're quite busy with this ship. How about giving us a ride?" Luffy commented with a small smile. "What?" The prisoners next to Buggy were a bit frightened, but Luffy wasted no time and simply unleashed another wave of haki on the group, causing everyone to fall unconscious the next moment. "What an interesting ability," Ivankov commented from behind. "Buggy continues to resist." "Your haki, Captain," Zoro remarked while the clown looked around at all his fallen comrades before turning his gaze back to Luffy, with snot dripping from his nose. Nami continued pulling the ship into the port until the entire Straw Hat crew and their new companions freed from the prison jumped onto the ship, and it finally started sailing again. "Mugiwara!" As the ship was about to gain full speed, Magellan appeared at the port, creating a massive red hydra. "He's persistent, I admit," Luffy commented and grabbed a cannonball beside the ship. "Let's test this new ability," Luffy said, having acquired a new level with his Akuma no Mi after fighting at Sabaody and invading Impel Down. "Moa Moa no Mi, apply speed, 100 times." As soon as he threw it, the object flew toward Magellan, who was initiating his attack with the Hydra's heads. The cannonball disappeared as Luffy threw it like Garp used to, making an explosive sound as it flew at high speed, hitting the middle head of the Hydra and piercing through the red venom. It didn't stop there, continuing to drill through the Hydra, with Magellan seeing the cannonball approaching at high speed, having no time to dodge before it exploded with him. Boom! The explosion disintegrated the red Hydra, while Magellan was blasted away, burned, and knocked out for the third time since encountering Luffy. "The venom is coming this way," the Okamas screamed in fear. "We're going to die," Buggy shouted, terrified. "Leave it to me," Ivankov yelled and started blinking, creating giant explosive impacts on each blob of venom headed for the ship. He blinked dozens of times, but it didn't seem enough. "Leave it to me," Vivi said, raising both hands, creating a wind so strong that it blew all the liquid in the opposite direction. "It seems nothing else can hinder us. Let's head to Marineford," Luffy said to everyone standing around the unconscious crowd. Jinbei quickly took the helm while everyone else nodded, except for Buggy, who believed he had finally gained his freedom, only to head straight into the middle of a war. But what else could he do? Luffy nodded and hoped to find Bepo before reaching Marineford. He didn't put the Black Pearl in the water due to the currents in this sea and wanted to save some energy, having used a lot of haki and had a small fight against Magellan and Teach. Chapter 304, The War Begins. 01 Third-Person POV, Impel Down, first half of Grand Line. It was almost noon at this moment, as the sun shone at its highest point above Marineford. Since the beginning of that day, everyone inside and outside Marineford knew it would be a day that would be etched into the history of this world. The main square, a vast expanse of ground between the high walls of the fortress and the sea, was filled with Marine soldiers, arranged in impeccable formations and ready for the battle that could take place there. Men and women of different ranks, from recruits to seasoned officers, were preparing for the imminent confrontation. The air was thick with tension and expectation, as the sound of marching boots and shouted orders echoed through the area, positioning the groups in their correct places. In the center of the square, the three Marine admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji, stood firm, issuing a few orders. They all radiated an aura of unquestionable power as they symbolized Marine strength. Akainu, with his relentless gaze and iron determination, adjusted his gloves, ready to use his magma, prepared to destroy any approaching threat. Kizaru, with his still slightly injured attitude, began to return to his carefree expression. Aokiji, in turn, maintained a serious and calm expression, still looking concernedly at the Marines. On the sides of the square, the Shichibukai, the 7 warlords of the sea, were walking towards the wall to stand in front of the Marines and the sea. Dracul Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman, walked with his enormous sword, Yoru, on his shoulder, while observing the movement with a cold and distant look towards the sea. Bartholomew Kuma, imposing and enigmatic, remained silent. Boa Hancock, the pirate empress, kept her gaze firm, accompanied by a serpent. Her beauty was a target of admiration by all the Marines. Doflamingo, still injured and missing one of his limbs, walked with a somber and serious face. Moria, though still a bit injured, stood firm with the other Shichibukai. Returning to the square, the Marine giants with their enormous statures were also positioning themselves around the square, while the sound of their footsteps echoed thunderously with each step, making the ground tremble as they moved into their positions. Huge cannons were lined up on the walls and on the warships, pointing towards the sea, ready to unleash a storm of cannonballs against any enemy daring to approach. The warships, true floating fortresses, were anchored off the coast, with their flags fluttering in the wind representing justice. Officers continued making speeches, and commands kept coming through the loudspeakers throughout the square, issuing orders and calling certain officers to present themselves in requested areas. Suru was positioned near the platform, as one of the Marines' most strategic minds, organizing the entire square before Sengoku arrived with the prisoner to the platform and began the announcement. Leaving Marineford and heading to an island not far from the HQ, at Sabaudi Archipelago, the atmosphere was filled with restless anticipation. Reporters from all over the world had gathered around huge screens, being positioned in the main squares of the islands, ready to broadcast the events of Marineford live. Denden Mushi communication equipment was being frantically adjusted by technicians, while journalists prepared to report on the unfolding of the most anticipated war of the pirate era. Cameras and microphones were tested repeatedly, and the last instructions were urgently passed on. People discussed among themselves what might happen and what they would see when the screens finally turned on, as Sengoku asked everyone to prepare in the square before continuing. Fear and excitement were written on their faces. They knew they were about to witness and broadcast an event that could change the course of world history. Attention, all reporters, stay ready. The live broadcast can start at any moment. The operations chief shouted, trying to stay calm amid the square's hustle. In various parts of the archipelago, the pirate groups of the so-called worst generation also gathered to watch the screens, postponing their journey to the New World until after the war. They, who had already shaken the world with their daring actions, were eager to see how the Marines would face the powerful pirates at Marineford. Ex-Drake, Jewelry Bonnie, Urouge, Eustace Kid, Killer, Scratchman, Apu, Capone Biggie, and Basil Hawkins were all somewhere, waiting for the fight to begin with the crowd of spectators. Sitting under one of the gigantic trees of Sabaody, the legendary Silvers Rayleigh observed everything with a calm look. In one hand, he held a bottle of alcohol, occasionally bringing it to his lips for a carefree sip. Even though he maintained this carefree demeanor, he still held some tension for what might appear on those screens. Who will win, the Navy or Whitebeard? And you boys, when will you show up? I'm looking forward to seeing your participation in this war while you save your brother. Rayleigh murmured to himself, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Let's see how this unfolds. All the inhabitants of Sabaody began to gather around the screens. The anticipation was palpable for everyone, and the murmur of conversations filled the air. Children, adults, pirates, and ordinary civilians were all about to witness everything on those screens. Finally, one of the main communication Denden Mushi started to transmit a signal, and the screens lit up with the live image of Marineford. Silence fell over Sabaody as everyone focused on the broadcast. The war was about to begin, and the whole world watched, holding their breaths, the HQ square crowded with all the Marine forces. The reporters took their places, prepared to report every moment. They began writing while the others kept their eyes fixed on the greatest assembled force of the Navy in this era, ready to kill just one pirate group. There were more forces hidden there, but they would not come out until their second target emerged in the middle of the war. Back at Marineford, Sengoku sighed deeply as he watched the frantic movement below his window. He turned his eyes to his office and looked at the Den Mushi that was silent, waiting for news from a certain communication line he had authorized, the only one to speak with him at this moment, but there was no further response. So the worst happened. I will do everything to make sure your deaths are not in vain. Sengoku commented with a somber tone. He shook his head and sighed. It's time, he murmured to himself as he turned with firm steps towards the outside of his office and descended the main building leading to the main courtyard, where the execution was about to begin. Bring the prisoner, he ordered, his voice laden with authority, with the men waiting just below. At the doorway stood his old friend Garp, waiting with a serious look. Luffy took Lucy out of Impel Down? He asked, knowing only recently what was really happening in the prison, very surprised, if not shocked, by Luffy's actions. Most likely, and you know, there's a chance she will become an enemy of the Navy and there's no turning back, Garp, Sengoku said with a serious tone. He liked the girl, an honest one who wanted to liberate the world with her own justice, but unfortunately she chose family over justice. I shouldn't have put her in Impel Down, Garp said, frustrated. If attacking Impel Down didn't stop your grandson from attacking the place, where else would she be placed? Sengoku teased, and their conversation was interrupted. The sound of footsteps with chains was heard in the corridor as Portgas Ace was brought in by some soldiers and men wearing different uniforms who were there for the official execution, accompanying him. Ace looked with a frustrated look at Sengoku, and especially at Garp, but remained silent. He couldn't do anything more while Garp looked at him with intense eyes. knowing that this could be his grandson's last moments. The conflict between family and justice fought within him. "Let's go!" Sengoku gave the order, and the Marines opened the door in front of them, with the light of the square emerging and 100,000 pairs of eyes turning to them at that moment. Garp and Sengoku continued walking in front with Ace behind and the Marines. Low-ranking soldiers, officers, giants, admirals, and Shichibukai were all positioned in their places without anyone able to breathe, as they awaited the 5 people appearing on the bridge leading to the execution platform. When Ace finally reached the platform, Sengoku, now at the center, looked at him with an indifferent expression. Raising his hand, he signaled for the crowd to prepare. "Marines, today, justice will be done. Today, we show the world that the era of pirates is coming to an end." Sengoku's voice reverberated throughout the fortress, laden with conviction. I will make the announcement shortly." Sengoku saw the Marines kneeling Ace in front of everyone and spoke to Garp. After all, he had to say a few things before the execution. Ace found himself cornered and had no choice but to face his fate. He only hoped that his pops would not come here, because he did not want anyone to die for him, whom he considered a useless life. After all, he was the biological son of that demon. Before Sengoku finally began the announcement, a Marine ship was advancing through the turbulent passage from Impel Down to Marineford. Luffy and his crew, along with the newly freed prisoners, were all on board with unconscious bodies all around, keeping the ship advancing against the sea. Luffy walked to the back of the ship, where his sister was with a pensive expression. "Are you sad to see so many Marine bodies in Impel Down, Lucy?" Luffy asked. "Yes, I'm happy that you came to get me. But they used to be my comrades," she murmured despondently. "You made your choice, Lucy. I just don't want you to regret it later. I can say you're being kidnapped if the Marines are that important to you. I can save Ace, but I don't think you should stay in the Marines anymore anyway." Luffy, even though he wanted his sister to sail with him after this war, it was still her choice, and he still trusted their grandfather to protect her from the world government for possessing the Nika fruit. "No, I've already made my choice. But Luffy, can I still carry out my justice outside the Marines?" she asked, looking at him with some hope. "Yes, I will help you with that, Lucy. Don't worry, I'll never let you be in danger again," Luffy said, looking into her eyes firmly. "I believe in you, brother," she said with a slight blush. Luffy heard Usopp's voice and looked to the front of the ship, where the sniper was using binoculars. Luffy went to the front of the ship with his group and Lucy. "The gate of justice is in front of us, as you said." Luffy heard this and nodded. "Well, we have to pass it. After all, it is the entrance to the current of these waters, and without Beppo, we have to take this path," Luffy said. "What are we going to do? Isn't that indestructible?" Buggy shouted, scared, having no idea that they would have to pass through there. "Let's test if it is really indestructible," Luffy commented with a smile, while Buggy, Ivankov, and Lucy looked confused. Mr. One Crocodile and Jinbei were indifferent, but still wondering what he planned to do, but his crew nodded, knowing what he should do. "Who will do this?" Quina asked. "Why not all of us?" Luffy said, maintaining his smile. "That sounds cool," Yamato commented, looking at the gate in the distance. Zoro drew his swords. "Understood, Captain. Let's destroy that gate together. Let's go!" Luffy announced and disappeared, with everyone disappearing along with him. Chapter 305. The War Begins. O2 third-person POV Impel Down, first half of Grand Line. Above the ship, Luffy reappeared with his sword generating red lightning using Ace's Akuma no Mi. He moved his sword quickly, creating a cut with lightning and flames, resulting in a huge slash over 10 meters long, tearing through the water and heading at high speed towards the gate. Yamato appeared next to Luffy, concentrating her power into her kanabo, which began to generate lightning. She swung her weapon, creating a white energy that became a serpent, swiftly advancing over the water alongside Luffy's attack. Zoro also appeared, unsheathing one of his swords, which began to emit a dark red glow. He moved, launching a slash like Luffy, cutting through the sea. The same could be said for Quina, generating a cold white slash. Usopp aimed his rifle and fired a white beam of light. Nami immediately created a windstorm, and the same could be said for Vivi. Robin crossed her arms and numerous hands sprouted from the ship, making a gun signal before launching hundreds of Shigans. Shirahoshi flew up and pointed her trident, generating a water drill. Hachi grabbed his swords and launched slashes. Lami also launched a slash. Reiju kicked out fire blasts. Chu-Chu unleashed various elements after transforming into Cerberus. Hugo launched a punch that turned into a flying stone hand towards the gate, and NL struck his drums, releasing lightning like a laser. Baby 5 transformed her arms into weapons and fired multiple shots and missiles. Finally, Buggy seemed to join the attacks, jumping as high as he could to imitate the Straw Hats. He managed to reach 2 meters from the ship's deck, grabbed a knife, and aimed his arm, launching it directly at the gate like the others, with his arm holding the knife flying behind the other attacks. Nojiko, Alvida, and Chopper didn't have such powerful long-range attacks and just watched the rain of attacks advancing as the very sea was dug out by the passing attacks. Lucy, Jinbei, Crocodile Miss 1, and Ivankov with the Okamas could only watch as that group of light advanced until it exploded at the gate, creating such a large explosion that the water turned into steam, spreading in all directions, even reaching the ship. The explosion was so loud that even the surviving Marines in Impel Down heard it while semi-conscious. Ah! Buggy screamed as his hand entered the attacks. "It's burning!" he exclaimed as his hand returned, charred, while he blew on it to ease the pain. The smoke still covered the entire area, and Luffy looked at Vivi. "Clear this," he requested, and she nodded before raising both hands and creating a wind that cleared the area, revealing where the gate should be. However, part of the side was still intact, attached to the sea, but the lateral part was red from the burns of the attack. That was quite useful. The path is now clear, Luffy commented, landing on the ship along with the others. "Incredible," Lucy exclaimed. "Wait, you destroyed the Gate of Justice," she complained immediately after realizing what they had done. "We can't fight against them." Mr. One commented next to Crocodile, who just frowned and nodded. How could he fight someone much stronger than he had seen in Alabasta? Now there was a huge group that possessed the haki of the Conqueror. The Marine ship soon passed through the gate and entered the currents leading straight to Marineford. "So, we are finally heading to war," Zoro commented with satisfaction. The rest of the group nodded and just watched the ship sailing through the sea in a specific direction. In contrast to the rather excited group, except for Buggy, who still seemed scared but had no choice, in Impel Down, specifically in the lowest part, the prisoners of the 6th level had returned to silence, not knowing what had happened to the prison. However, not seeing any guards coming meant they stood no chance against that group infested with the haki of the Conqueror. That changed as shadows began to appear and a new group emerged, surprising everyone there. "Ziaha! Finally we are here!" Teach exclaimed excitedly, no longer having any poison in his body at this moment, as did his companions who followed him. "Who is this?" someone asked, not recognizing the group. Another group invading the prison, or prisoners from other levels? You see, they are not wearing prison clothes, so it must be another group. "Hey you! Get me out of here!" "I will follow you. Come on, help me escape, and I will be your subordinate. I don't care if I follow him as long as I can see the light of day again." The prisoners immediately began shouting, pleading for freedom. "Ziahaha! You want freedom? Very well, I will release everyone, and I want you to fight each other. Those who survive in the end will join my crew." Teach exclaimed as everyone was surprised. Then the cuffs of all the prisoners began to be removed, and all the cells opened. A bloodbath would begin on that floor in the next moment. In Marineford, Sengoku finally began to hear about what had happened in Impel Down alongside Ace and Garp via communication. Those bastards. Now there's nothing to do, and they probably did something to the Gate of Justice, Sengoku commented, a little frustrated. "Luffy?" Ace murmured, surprised to hear Luffy's name on the communicator, with the Marines on the other side mentioning that he had escaped from Impel Down on a Marine ship. "Your brother is a reckless criminal," Garp said to Ace. "Tsk." Ace gritted his teeth at that. "He went to get Lucy out of prison. We were lucky he didn't attack while you were there. Otherwise, it would have been even more chaotic," Garp commented. "Don't worry, he is coming here, and he will be eliminated too, Sengoku remarked. Luffy, old man, don't let Luffy die here! Ace suddenly exclaimed to Garp. Garp remained silent and didn't respond to that. However, he seemed to have some sort of internal conflict. I don't pity criminals, but family is different. He began with Ace looking surprised at him. Why, Ace? He started. Why did you and Luffy have to enter this life? Tears began to stream down his face, falling like a river. Ace, you bastard! Why didn't you follow the life I told you to follow? Garp cried next to Ace, while Ace gritted his teeth, looking equally frustrated with the reaction. Old man, Ace murmured, gritting his teeth. Garp, I hope you don't switch sides now. Sengoku commented beside him in a dangerous tone, and despite Garp's tears, he maintained a firm look. I will choose justice. Don't worry about that. Garp commented and remained silent after that, waiting for Sengoku to continue. The marine ship with Luffy continued sailing towards Marineford in the meantime. The prisoners began to wake up, especially after hearing the explosion at the gate, while they looked confused at the new group, questioning Buggy, their leader. They are our allies, Buggy said, sweating with his bandaged hand while everyone looked at him. He didn't want to offend this group that could kill him in a few moves. Incredible, Boss Buggy can even make an alliance with a group worth billions. Someone who knew the Straw Hats commented. The Shichibukai, a commander of the Revolutionary Army, and even Straw Hat. Boss Buggy is so amazing. Hooray for Boss Buggy. I will follow him for the rest of my life. No, and in the afterlife too. People began to cheer excitedly for Buggy, while he didn't understand for a moment, until he realized what was happening and simply accepted all those comments with a big smile. That's right. The great Buggy can make alliances with anyone, he said and looked at the group behind him, with Luffy crossing his arms at him, with his crew behind him. Luffy remained silent, looking at Buggy. Isn't that right? Buggy murmured, with a snot running from his nose, and his gaze was terrified, thinking Luffy might be offended by such a thing. But Luffy remained silent, saying nothing because it wasn't worth it. However, Choo-Choo still had some desire to kill Buggy. Meanwhile, the people continued celebrating until a sound from a Dendenmushi came from the mast, making everyone fall silent, looking towards the sound. It looks like communication is back. Let's see what the Marines want. Luffy said, moving towards the mast, opening the compartment of the snail and answering it while everyone watched him. Hello, he said. You are Monkey D. Luffy, aren't you? The voice on the other side immediately spoke, and Luffy nodded. You are good, he praised, being recognized just by his voice. Well, we know this marine ship was taken, and I know you are coming to Marineford, so I am announcing something very important, he began. First, we consider only two people important in this escape, you and the other being Buggy, he said, and many on the ship looked surprised at Buggy. Incredible. Boss Buggy is considered one of the main members of the escape, one of the prisoners exclaimed. He is even above the Shichibukai and the rest of the Straw Hat crew. Boss Buggy has no limit to his reputation. Me. Buggy pointed to himself, surprised by this, as he didn't expect this coming from the Marines. Second, especially about the second name, Buggy. You went unnoticed by us because you were a low-bounty pirate from the East Blue, but now seeing your history, we were fools not to notice this. He began while everyone remained silent. Buggy not only has a powerful past, but our intelligence discovered that you fought against Monkey D. Luffy in a battle of equals on a small island in that sea, in Orangetown, which led to the city's destruction. He started while another murmur of shock arose in the crowd. Wait, it wasn't quite like that. Nami crossed her arms, finding that a bit too much. After all, Luffy practically played with Buggy. It seems that marine intelligence is not that effective, Luffy commented from the side. Incredible. Boss Buggy fought the Straw Hat head-on. As expected of Boss Buggy. I guess I did that. Buggy scratched his chin at that. But your past impresses us more. First, you were on Gold Roger's ship, being a recruit alongside Akagami no Shanks, who is considered your crew brother. The Marine's voice came through, causing even greater chaos among those who didn't know this. What? He was on the Pirate King's ship, Lucy exclaimed, and even some members of Luffy's crew looked surprised at this, along with the Shichibukai and Ivankov with his gang of Okamas. What a pain. You've said too much, goodbye. Luffy tired of it and closed the Den Mushi again. The chaos continued for a while as the marine ship sailed until a shadow appeared above them after some time, and Luffy smiled as Beppo finally arrived with the sunny go. The ship landed beside them after arriving flying, while everyone was surprised at that. After all, it's not every day someone makes a ship fly. Finally, we are reunited. It's time to start the plan. Luffy announced as Beppo joined them, and Luffy shrunk the ship that Frankie created. First, he said to everyone, with the whole ship looking at him, we will go on our own ships. Now that we are in these waters past the gate, we cannot miss Marineford. He said while taking out Black Pearl and Enel's arc, making them enlarge beside the marine ship. We will transfer our prisoners that Enel, Hugo, and Chishu captured and place them on Black Pearl. After that, we will only follow in our official ship. Lucy will stay with me, but I want Jinbei to guide the marine ship behind ours, and I know Crocodile with his partner and Ivankov with the Okamas will control the situation on this ship. Luffy said, not wanting to waste a group of prisoners to fight the Marines in the war. They were still useful, so leaving these people on the marine ship was the best choice. Wait, we are still going to war. You already have a ship. Buggy immediately complained, not wanting to participate in this. But Buggy, what about your plan? Luffy suddenly asked, pretending to be confused. Plan? Buggy looked equally confused, as his only plan was to escape from there, and he couldn't do that with so many powerful people to stop him. Luffy didn't look at Buggy anymore, but at all the prisoners from the 1st, 2nd, and 4th levels. Listen up, everyone. Buggy told me he would go to war to conquer the title of the strongest man in the world. He plans to face Whitebeard to show his power to his loyal followers, Luffy exclaimed, while the prisoners began to have stars in their eyes. Is that true, Boss Buggy? You're the brother of Yonko Shanks, as expected from someone of your level. I will be there to witness Boss Buggy become the strongest man in the world. Hail, Buggy! Buggy was cornered after Luffy put him in this situation, and he just smiled, trying to fake confidence, but it didn't look very convincing, only deceiving his followers. You did this on purpose, Nami commented. Are they really useful, Luffy? Nojiko asked. After all, they seemed like they would just be cannon fodder in the front lines of a war. They are more useful than you can imagine, Luffy said. After all, in the original, they did so many impossible things for their level, and even hijacked the broadcast, letting the war unfold to the world uncut. Luffy didn't want to worry about that, and wanted to leave those things to them. While Luffy boarded the Black Pearl again with his crew and Lucy, taking Enel's prisoners and starting to place them on the ship's mast, Jinbei continued guiding the ship on the path, and the others made it clear to Buggy that he would participate in the war. Meanwhile, Buggy could only stay there, listening to his new subordinates talking about impossible things for him to do, sweating in fear of those other guys on the ship. Meanwhile, Luffy made Enel's arc disappear again and looked satisfied as everyone prepared for the war, heading towards the horizon. The war should start soon, Luffy commented calmly, and the black ship of the Straw Hats along with the marine ship disappeared on the horizon in the middle of the day. Chapter 306, The War Begins. Euro 3 third-person POV Marineford, first half of Grand Line. The Seagull cut through the air with the breeze blowing below it as it traversed the sky, its companions also flapping their wings beside it. They would usually descend to the sea at this moment to catch fish, but for a significant reason, it did not. After all, there were thousands of people below it as it flew over Marineford, able to see that entire army together, not knowing who those humans were or why they were doing that. But they just started to move away from there, abandoning the island. As the seagulls flew away, attention seemed to affect the minds of 100,000 Marines at that moment, while at the same time, as silence took over the square, the hearts of some could be heard due to nervousness. There were hours before the official execution, while Sengoku stood on the execution platform with the prisoner, 2 men to execute him, and Garp sitting on the edge of it. Despite not being able to see Garp in tears, they calmly awaited the time for the execution to arrive. Discipline and order filled the place with everyone in silence, but what the Marines did not imagine was that Sengoku would soon break the silence, and everyone noticed when the fleet admiral simply raised the microphone and brought it close to his mouth. "I have an announcement to make to the world before the execution." Sengoku's voice echoed throughout the square with the loudspeakers, capturing not only the people in the square but also the reporters in Sabaudi, who looked surprised at this and stopped what they were doing. After all, it was not the time for the execution, so they did not expect any announcement hours before. Sengoku, without wasting much time after his first words, continued, "Portgas D. Ace, the death of this man holds great significance today." He spoke while Garp had a somber face after wiping his tears. Ace remained silent at this. "Ace, tell us your father's name," Sengoku asked, leaving everyone stunned, as they did not expect something like this at that moment. "Your father? Why is that important now?" People watching the broadcast in Sabaudi wondered, confused. The Marines, though confused, also remained silent, waiting for the fleet admiral to continue. "My father is Whitebeard," Ace murmured. "Wrong." Sengoku replied, "Yes, it is him," Ace growled. "Whitebeard is my only father. A long time ago, we used all our resources to look for you. After all, there was a chance that man had a child, and we investigated through Cypherpol reports, who were investigating the whole case, and we reached a remote island." He continued talking about Ace's strange birth, that Portgas D. Rouge carried him for 20 months to protect the child. While everyone continued listening to this in all places, Sengoku's voice reached. While this was happening, in Impel Down, the bloodbath that started on the 6th floor finally ended, with only a few prisoners standing. Zia! Finally, Teach was happy. He could finally complete his crew with members who would help him shape his era. However, his laughter ended when a sound of metal emerged from a distance with someone breaking the chains, but this was not the only one. A second sound echoed from another side, with Teach realizing that a few more were left inside their cells but did not come to fight for their freedom. Teach looked confused, but what he saw next froze him. A huge man breaking what was left of his cell with the cut Luffy had created, and the other did the same, walking calmly. "New challenges, Captain?" Burgess asked, seeing these figures. Teach and Shiryu of the Rain frowned at that moment, for they knew that if they tried anything with those two, they would die right there with their current strength. "I'm leaving," Bullet commented while no one interrupted his passage. "That brat, he talked about a devil fruit. Let's see if he's serious. I'll find it and intend to meet him in a year." Redfield also commented, not caring about Whitebeard and the bodies scattered on the ground. "1 year. Let's see if he truly lives up to his words. Let's see if that hat really fits him." Bullet commented, and the two continued walking, leaving Teach and the others behind, which elicited a sigh from the former warlord. "Why did we let him go, Captain?" Burgess asked, confused. "Listen, it's better not to mess with those guys. Just let them go and hope they die somewhere in the world in the coming years, with their old age. Anyway, let's now talk to our new comrades." Teach turned his attention to the new members. They would be the key to the next steps of his plan. "Your father is..." Sengoku continued his speech, reaching its climax while everyone was still confused after hearing all that. Then he finally revealed, "Gold Roger." A silence took over all places as soon as they heard that name, with civilians, pirates, and Marines digesting for seconds what they had really heard. Ace was frustrated with that, clenching his teeth, with nothing more to do since that blood was considered his own curse. A notebook fell to the ground in the next moment in Sabaudi. "That guy, Fire Fist Ace. I can't believe that. Ace is Gold Roger's son." The crowd exploded with surprised and frightened voices. "He is the Pirate King's son," repeated a pirate in a trance, his voice trembling. His eyes were wide, and his face was as pale as death. Ace, the son of Gold D. Roger, a low-ranking Marine, holding his weapon tightly, felt sweat dripping down his forehead. "It can't be. We're seeing the Pirate King's son." His hands trembled as he tried to maintain his composure. Another pirate in Sabaudi looked with a mix of awe and horror. "So that's why the world government is so determined to execute him." A Marine clenched his jaw at this. "If he really is that man's son, then we must eliminate him at all costs. We cannot allow another Pirate King to rise." Come on, take this information to the headquarters. We need to publish this tomorrow. A reporter shouted. Let's try to sell this to Morgan's. Another exclaimed, running to find his Den Mushi. Around, the murmurs of surprise and fear spread like wildfire. Some pirates saw Ace as a symbol of hope, a chance to reclaim Roger's legacy. Others, both Marines and pirates, feared the chaos that could come from such a revelation. Meanwhile, for the reporters and civilians, the future seemed uncertain, seeing that Ace's execution was much more than a war against Whitebeard. Garp remained silent, remembering everything he had done to protect Ace from death when he was just a child, and took him after Rouge died in childbirth to the East Blue, placing the child under the care of Dadan after spending some time in Fuchsia village. When we realized that Roger's blood was at sea, Sengoku continued to speak, but at the same time, Whitebeard also realized it and took him under his flag to make him the next pirate king. Wrong, Ace immediately shouted. I will make Whitebeard the pirate king, he exclaimed. Everyone believes that, except you. You were actually protected by Whitebeard, and with your abilities, make him the next man who would dominate the sea. Sengoku said while Ace was in shock. His gaze returned to the Marines. That's why the execution of this man is so important, he said, with everyone absorbing all the information they heard. Even if we have to engage in combat with Whitebeard, he exclaimed, finishing the speech. Ah! The Marines began shouting immediately, raising their weapons as the crowd started to gain morale and understand the importance of the day. Admiral Sengoku! As Sengoku heard the sound of people shouting throughout the square, he heard someone calling behind him, turning his gaze to a Marine running in desperation. Has something happened? He asked. The 2 gates of justice. We don't know what happened, but we lost control of them, he exclaimed. What? Sengoku immediately growled, not knowing that the 2 gates had been destroyed. Meanwhile, at the gate leading to Marineford, there was nothing left of it after launching another combined attack, with Black Pearl leading the way, followed by a ship full of prisoners. Marineford fell into silence at this moment, awaiting Ace's execution, even though there were still hours to the official point. But now, knowing who Ace was and why it was important for him to die, everything seemed calm until something changed on the horizon. A fog covered the area with numerous shadows emerging in the form of ships. One became 3, 7, 12, 20, until 43 pirate crews emerged from the fog for everyone in Marineford to see. They are all Whitebeard's allies from the New World, the Marine announced on the Den Mushi. So they are finally here. Where is the Moby Dick? Sengoku asked immediately, but the Marines did not find Whitebeard's ship among the fleet. It doesn't seem to be with them, the Marine said. Prepare the cannons, bring down the ships. Another officer ordered as the cannons began to aim at the fleet. However, something emerged from the sea between the crescent-shaped square. A shadow emerged, agitating the sea. That? Sengoku was immediately as surprised as everyone else, understanding what was happening there. He tricked us. Sengoku murmured as the shadow grew, approaching the surface while the sea swelled and revealed a ship emerging. The whale-headed ship leaped into the air before crashing into the water, creating chaos on the surface as it aimed for the largest structure of the Navy. Then 2 more shadows emerged, and 2 smaller but very similar ships to the first also appeared, stopping on each side of the first. We didn't foresee this. He got so close already. Sengoku had to grit his teeth at that. This is the Moby Dick, the Marines exclaimed, pointing to Whitebeard's ship. Fear immediately took hold of the lower-ranked Marines. Even though they were the elite of the Navy, they still made up the vast majority of the 100,000 soldiers. Hold your ground, Sengoku immediately spoke to keep the Marines from losing morale. Remember, only justice will prevail this day, he said through the loudspeaker. Ace looked at this with clenched teeth, scared for everyone coming here for him. He didn't want anyone to die for him. The 5 Shichibukai present remained silent. The admirals also stayed silent, watching calmly. The people behind the screens in various parts of the world swallowed hard at the new presence. Gurarara, a voice emerged for all to hear, as someone began to walk step by step on that ship, approaching the bow, while everyone remained silent without moving. He finally stopped as he looked over all of Marineford, holding his Murakumogiri with calm eyes, his cape displaying his flag as he faced the entire Navy force. Whitebeard. Sengoku murmured. "Dad!" Ace immediately shouted. "Ace, don't worry, soon we'll get you out of here," Whitebeard commented, maintaining his characteristic and fearless smile. The war would finally begin with his presence made at the front of Marineford. Chapter 307, War 01 Third-Person POV Marineford, first half of Grand Line. The ship burst the coating they used to travel underwater, while Newgate looked at the marine fortress with a smile. "Look, it's the 14 Division commanders," someone shouted to the group on the Moby Dick. "Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Whitebeard spoke while Sengoku continued to grit his teeth, with Whitebeard gaining the upper hand in his strategy. Ace. Whitebeard returned to Ace once more. Just hold on a little longer. Ace was in inner turmoil, looking at the ship in front of Marineford, feeling guilty as he knew many of them would die there today. It was an agonizing feeling for him, gritting his teeth as hard as he could. His gaze fell on the crew on the deck. Marco, Jozu, Vista, Izo, Fossa, Namur, among many other division commanders looking at him at that moment. The same could be said of all the members belonging to the divisions, even those of lower rank. They were all his family, members who shared happy and sad moments over the years. There was also the fleet approaching Marineford by sea, following with determined faces on their leading ships, as Ace could see. Even though their chance of dying there today was high, they still held their heads high. His gaze lowered once more to the Moby Dick and fell on the man at the bow of that ship. Whitebeard had been watching him the entire time. Ace's eyes welled up with guilt as he looked at his father. "You shouldn't have come," he immediately shouted, tears streaming down. "I ignored the warnings and left the ship. Why didn't you abandon me after all? I'm here because of my own choices, my fault. You shouldn't be here. No one should die because of me," he said, placing his head on the ground, burdened by the guilt of all these consequences. "Who let you go was me. Of course, your safety is my responsibility. My foolish son." Whitebeard responded calmly, and before Ace could reply, he put his weapon aside and crossed his arms. With a movement that most couldn't understand, he swung his arms to each side with clenched fists, and the next moment they stopped, with cracks beginning to distort the space like breaking glass with the same sound. All those who didn't know the terror of the Gura Gura no Mi tried to guess what would happen next. Then the sea began to change on both sides of Marineford, starting to grow taller and taller, even covering the highest part of Marineford. "What is that?" "The sea. It's a giant wave." "Is this the power of the strongest man in the world?" The Marines quickly began to exclaim with terror growing before them. But suddenly, everything began to descend, and without understanding, the sea was returning to normal the next moment. Everything seemed normal after that. While the Marines were confused, the pirates were silent, as if waiting for something, until the Marines noticed the edge of Marineford changing the sea level. From afar, they could see something coming. "This is the power of the Gura Gura no Mi, the power of the earthquake," Garp commented. "We don't just have Gold Roger's son to eliminate, but Whitebeard himself. After all, he has the power to destroy the world," Sengoku declared. "We're going to die here." "Someone stop those 2 tsunamis," the Marines immediately shouted in fear as the shadow of the waves covered the entire place, with the Marine forces growing increasingly terrified. The admirals remained unmoved, that is until Kuzan simply disappeared with a Soru, leaping into the air while chaos erupted around them. He moved an arm to each side, and a line of ice advanced against the 2 tsunamis, starting to freeze them from that point and advancing until all the water simply turned into ice beside the HQ. "Aokiji, you foolish child," Whitebeard commented. Kuzan didn't stop there, as he pointed at Newgate, creating 3 ice arrows and launching them at the man. Whitebeard merely clenched his fist and moved it, sending a wave of impact at the arrows, breaking them and hitting Kuzan himself, who immediately shattered with the power of the earthquake and fell into the bay where the Moby Dick was located. Everyone saw the admiral turning into cracked ice and crashing into the sea before he immediately transformed into ice, freezing the entire lower part of Whitebeard's ships and even preventing other captains coming from the New World from advancing due to the ice. "The bay is frozen," the Marines exclaimed. "We have the admirals, the greatest force of the Navy on our side. Let's attack," they shouted, gaining morale and began firing cannonballs at the ships trapped in the ice. "Now we have a battlefield," the pirates exclaimed and started jumping from the ship. The next moment, Whitebeard looked from his prow. His men began to fight as Marines started to emerge, and they began to run towards each other. Blades clashed, bullets and cannon shots began to create the new music in Marineford, and the division commanders finally emerged as well. Similarly, the vice-admirals themselves entered the battle. The ships outside the bay, trying to get in, were blocked by some. "The war," Sengoku said, looking at the fight in the frozen bay from the execution platform, with Ace still gritting his teeth watching it, "has begun." Newgate commented calmly as the fight started. No matter who won this war, one thing was certain: the world would change after this. In Sabaody, everyone began to pay attention to the first part of the conflict. Swallowing hard, who will win this war? A reporter said, "Mom, this looks very bad," a child said, pointing at the big screen, while his mother quickly grabbed him. "Let's go home. You shouldn't watch this," she said immediately while taking her son away from there. "I hope justice wins," a frightened citizen said. "It doesn't matter who wins. If the pirates win, we'll have more freedom on the sea. If it's the Navy, we have Whitebeard's territories to take," a pirate exclaimed with a diabolical smile. Rayleigh continued to drink his beverage alone, while all that chaos began in front of him, waiting to see that group and how they would change the war. The same could be said of the other members of the worst generation, each having a different opinion about what they were seeing, and they would act depending on how this war ended. After all, the power game would change on the sea. The rest of the world was no different, as everyone swallowed hard watching the screens. Those who didn't have access and only knew about the war through newspapers were waiting to hear good news from Morgan's news the next day. Luffy stood with his arms crossed on the bow of his ship. They had just felt the pressure of the Gura Gura no Mi creating a tidal wave. "The war has just begun," he simply commented. "Luffy, are you sure about this?" Robin approached him with a slightly worried look. "Don't you trust me, my wife?" Luffy said with a small smile. "You know what I'm talking about, Luffy," she still commented, still with a worried look. "It's going to be fine. They will be quite flashy when we arrive at Marineford," Luffy said, and looked at the sail where his flag was, as it was filled with some prisoners that Enel had captured. "You know how this will affect all the forces coming directly at us," Robin still insisted. "We are world criminals. There's nothing more we can do to make the government see us as a bigger threat. This is easy to handle," Luffy said. After all, they had already attacked the Holy City, and at this point, they might even know who the current user of the Fua Fua no Mi is. "All right," she sighed. "Just get ready. This war won't be easy," Luffy said, and Robin nodded, leaving the spot. "Zoro," Luffy called, and the swordsman approached as everyone was getting ready. "We'll find an ice wall. I'd like you to make an opening for us," he requested. "Sure," Zoro said as they looked at the horizon with a small dot appearing where Marineford was located. Meanwhile, the war continued fiercely, people falling immediately upon first contact as both Marines and pirates fell dead to the ground. "This is horrible," Helmeppo commented next to Kobe. "People are dying," Kobe said, feeling sad as he saw those men with the cloak of justice falling dead. Ace continued gritting his teeth. Sengoku looked on with a neutral tone, even seeing Marines falling. Garp watched with narrowed eyes. Kizaru and Akainu remained silent, not making any move yet. While the Shichibukai hadn't made any moves, that changed when someone took a step forward, and everyone saw Mihawk acting first. "He's going to act!" The surprise came from everyone. After all, no one expected to see the greatest swordsman in the world act at the first moment of the war. "So that arrogant man is making his move," Akainu commented, looking down. "How scary," Kizaru commented, gaining a bit of his old personality. "You're going to act, Mihawk?" Doflamingo asked with some humor as well. "I just want to see the distance between our strengths," Mihawk commented as he looked directly at Whitebeard. "Incredible. I want to fight him," someone said in a hidden part of Marineford. "Shut up. We need to focus on the mission," another person said. "You know who I am. How dare you speak to me like that?" the first person exclaimed. "I am the same as you idiot. Just shut up and wait for our target to appear." The other spoke again. Some members of CP0 were also there, but silent and not showing their expressions behind their masks. Kong stood beside them, though feeling a bit dissatisfied with these people. He couldn't say much. After all, he couldn't say anything to these folks. Meanwhile, everyone had their eyes on Mihawk, who looked intently at Whitebeard, gripping his sword, making a metallic sound as he drew it from his back. Mihawk wasted no time and launched his attack as he moved his arms in a cut, generating green energy that quickly rushed to where he pointed his sword, carving the ice ground. Whitebeard merely looked at that attack calmly, waiting for it as if it were just an annoying fly. Chapter 308, Warzo 2 Third-Person POV, Marineford, first half of Grand Line. Mihawk walked calmly forward, while grabbing his sword, and with a quick movement, he launched it in front of him, with a green energy quickly exploding from it as it advanced at high speed. "He's attacking Whitebeard!" the Marines exclaimed, seeing the energy quickly heading towards the ship in the center of the place, with Newgate still looking at it calmly. The energy continued rushing forward, digging into the ground towards Newgate, breaking the ice floor and making any pirate in the path of the attack fly backward, some unable to react, while others moved out of the way to avoid being hit. "Dad!" the pirates shouted, seeing that slash advancing towards the Moby Dick. However, someone intervened between the energy of the world's strongest swordsman and the world's strongest man, appearing quickly and taking all of Mihawk's damage. He immediately took the attack and broke the ground while standing there, enduring it, trying to deflect it, while everyone watched. The man in the middle of the slash still stood firm for a few seconds until he shouted and immediately threw the green energy upwards, making it disappear into the air. That is, the Marines immediately recognized the man as one of Whitebeard's division commanders. A silence took over the place for a moment, while everyone watched in awe as this man stopped Mihawk's slash. Mihawk looked at him for a while as Whitebeard nodded, seeing his son there half transformed into Diamond. "It's the 3rd Division Commander, Jozu, the Diamond," the enemies immediately exclaimed. After that, the war continued as swords clashed and cannon shots continued. "Don't let them get close. Finish off all the pirates," Sengoku exclaimed on the Den Den Mushi. "This war is going to be very bloody," Kizaru suddenly said while starting to get up from his chair that was aligned with 2 others. Akainu was still sitting while Kuzan was fighting on the front lines. Kizaru kept walking forward, leaving his chair, while keeping his gaze on Whitebeard, who was watching the battle below him. "Why not end this by defeating the head behind this war?" he commented and suddenly glowed, disappearing from the place. On the battlefield near the main ship where Newgate was, a glow appeared as Kizaru appeared and crossed his arms, before launching his attack towards Whitebeard, launching a direct attack. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes at this. Hey, that's very bright, man," he complained while all the attacks still advanced against him. Suddenly, a shadow emerged again against the attack coming for Whitebeard, while his wings burned in blue and yellow fire, beating against the attack, preventing it from advancing as blue flames emerged on impact, stopping the light. The attack finally stopped as Marco, the 1st Division commander, flew in the air while constantly healing with his flames. "So you appeared, as expected from a fruit even rarer than Logia, a mythical Zoan," Kizaru commented lazily while looking intently at Marco. "He is Marco, the Phoenix!" the Marines shouted, seeing Marco transform into a complete phoenix while advancing against the Admiral in the air. Even with Kizaru attacking him again, Marco approached and delivered a kick as he got close, with Kizaru flying backward and exploding on the ground while everyone watched in shock. A moment later, Kizaru appeared calmly, looking at Marco. How scary. His gaze turned back to the Marines behind him. Giant squad. He gave the order while all the giants began to leave the square, shaking the ice with their weight, advancing against the pirates. "Go for justice! Let's go for Ace!" Pirates and Marines continued in a bloody dance, with everyone dying at every moment. This continued for a while until suddenly the ground shook a bit, and everyone saw Jozu himself hitting the ground while grabbing a huge block of ice and with his own strength threw it against the Marines. "The square is being attacked," the Marines shouted while the huge block of ice created a huge shadow over everyone. "Looks like I'll have to act." The last admiral, Akainu, was raising his head, looking at that block. In the next moment, he launched his fist towards it, with the ice exploding as it was melted by the power of magma. The magma didn't stop there. As it exploded the ice, it advanced directly against the frozen bay. "Run! It's coming for us!" The pirates immediately exclaimed as the place exploded with the power of that devil fruit. The bay became chaotic for the pirates, as Akainu had aimed far from the reach of the Marines, burning the place while some couldn't even react before turning to ashes. The ships beside the Moby Dick were hit, turning into flames and being destroyed. The lava meteors falling directly on Whitebeard were easily caught by him, as he simply blew to extinguish the lava, leaving a rock in its place. His gaze fell on the admiral, who stared back at him as a challenge, while the fight continued, with various devil fruit users fighting against each other. Even Whitebeard and the commanders were launching themselves, gaining ground, and trying to reach the plaza. Giants, men, people dying everywhere. Kobe was in the middle of it, trembling with fear, not wanting to be there in the midst of that chaos, when a huge sound came from the sea, and an even larger shadow emerged. "What is that thing?" The Marine officers stopped to see it. "He's here!" The pirates seemed to celebrate, as the sound of enormous footsteps continued approaching. The warships tried to stop that huge shadow, but were all destroyed the next moment. "Little Oars Jr., Sengoku commented, looking at the giant. "Ace's friend!" The giant's voice echoed throughout the place as he approached, passing through the ships and invading the bay. "He's much bigger than us." A giant woman looked up, seeing the man stepping on the ground and making the bay tremble with the sound of his steps. "Giants, attack!" the Marines exclaimed as they advanced against the Colossus. Cannons exploded on oars, but nothing seemed to stop him as he continued advancing, even picking up a warship and throwing it on the first giants that approached, creating chaos with destruction. The giants continued advancing as the giant swords clashed against each other as they met, the enormous weapons creating a windstorm as they swung for the people below them. Oars began to gain an advantage against the marine giants easily, cutting down all who came close, and continued advancing. "Help Oars," Whitebeard requested, seeing that his giant son was being reckless. Suddenly, the other Shichibukai began to act. Hancock started attacking everyone as soon as cannonballs were thrown at her, easily stopping them as she advanced against the pirates. Even the Marines didn't escape her attacks, as she turned everyone into stone. Kuma, now fully modified by Vegapunk, also made his move, creating an enormous paw that began to shrink until it was so small that he covered it with his whole hand. He saw Oars near the plaza and threw it at him. Even with that small pad moving slowly towards him, Oars couldn't react until it exploded on contact. The plaza trembled the next moment with the force of Kuma's attack, throwing everyone nearby away. "Oars!" Ace screamed from the platform as Oars appeared in the middle of the explosion, all injured, falling to his knees. "Stop! Don't come here!" Ace shouted. And before anyone could react, all the cannons beside the bay began firing, exploding the giant's entire body, who still tried to reach Ace as he hit the edge of the plaza and Doflamingo flew there, moving his fingers on the only arm he still had. The next moment, Oars lost his leg as Doflamingo cut that limb. But Oars, even in pain, still tried to reach the plaza through the path he created. "Ace," he said as Ace looked at him in despair, not wanting his old friend to die there. "I will save Ace," he said until suddenly Moria made his move and created a giant shadow blade, piercing the giant's heart. "Ace," was the last thing Oars said before falling to the ground unconscious. "Oars!" Ace screamed in despair once again, with the sound of his body falling. "Oars!" The pirates immediately shouted, seeing their comrade fall. "Those bastards!" The pirates exclaimed angrily and began to advance more aggressively against the Marines, trying to avenge their comrade. "I will kill you, Whitebeard!" A new man emerged, attempting to strike Whitebeard, but he simply stopped his blade with his hand, and the man was defeated the next moment without anyone being able to react. His body fell backward the next moment, dead. A vice admiral falling so easily, that's the power of the world's strongest man. The Marines exclaimed in fear. Whitebeard looked at Orr's body with enraged feelings for seeing one of his sons falling there. "Attention, everyone! Climb on Orr's body!" he exclaimed. The battle continued with more people falling after that, while the place remained a bloody chaos, with the pirates approaching Orr's to reach the plaza. At the edge of the plaza, the 43 pirate groups kept trying to find an opening, while many groups of Marines with several vice admirals were dispatched to face them. All the vice admirals who went to Ini's lobby were there, with more arriving at Sengoku's call for the war. "This is getting bad," one of the captains exclaimed while trying to open one side of the bay, but the walls were hard to break with cannon fire. Suddenly, a ship broke through the walls, being none other than Whitey Bay, known as the Ice Witch. On the platform, Sengoku analyzed the situation next to an ace, still desperate, watching his brothers die there for him. But Sengoku didn't have time to care about the feelings of a pirate about to die there as he looked towards a corner of Marineford. "They are positioned there, but there are still no signs of them," Sengoku murmured internally, but he knew they would arrive. After all, the loss of control of the gates of justice meant they were opened, or something even worse. "Anyway, let's continue our plan to destroy Whitebeard. If they show up, the forces sent by the government will take care of them," he murmured internally and picked up the Den Mushi. "Let's prepare for the plan," he said, while Ace looked at him without understanding. "Yes, Fleet Admiral, let's begin." The voice on the other side emerged, and Sengoku didn't care about Ace hearing it. He couldn't do anything now, and none of his enemies knew his strategy. While all this was happening, with chaos taking over the plaza, behind one of the ice blocks created by Whitebeard and Kuzan, a black ship continued moving closer to it, while the man on its prow crossed his arms with his cape flapping against the wind, emitting a characteristic smile. The people Sengoku and the world government had been waiting for were finally arriving. Chapter 309, Wars 03, Third-Person POV, Marineford, First Half of Grand Line. While the war was unfolding, many eyes around the world were watching what was happening at that moment, as the Navy wanted to display its victory over pirate groups while executing the biological son of the Pirate King who died more than 20 years ago. The tension was in the air in Sabaudi Archipelago, where crowds continued to gather in front of public screens. They were shocked as the battle progressed, seeing the display of powers that each of those powers could perform. Each attack, each movement of the powerful pirates and sailors was broadcast in real time, leaving the audience with wide eyes and swallowing dry. In the center of the crowd, a group of reporters struggled to capture the public's reactions, their cameras and dendenmushis working at full steam. "Incredible. Did you see how Whitebeard controlled the sea with his Gura Gura no Mi? This is the power of a Yonku, not this is the power of the strongest man in the world," a reporter exclaimed, seeing a scene with excited eyes, unlike many of his colleagues who looked on in fear. "Did you hear the Fleet Admiral? He has the power to destroy the world. What kind of monster is this?" One of the men also shouted in the crowd, "May Nika protect us from this war." A woman began to pray, seeing that chaos on the screens. The reporters, in turn, took every pause between the fights to interview the spectators. "Do you think the world government will be able to contain Whitebeard's advance?" one of them asked, directing his denmushi to a man who seemed to be a former sailor, given his posture and scars. "Whitebeard is a force of nature," the man began, "but don't underestimate the Navy. They are clearly prepared for something big, and this war, it's going to change a lot for all of us." "Look, he created 2 tsunamis. What monster is this?" someone screamed, seeing Whitebeard finishing his tsunami. Scenes of Whitebeard's powerful attacks were interspersed with images of the Navy admirals preparing for the counterattack, each movement analyzed and commented on by the reporters. And here we see Admiral Aokiji preparing for what may be one of the greatest demonstrations of power ever seen, a reporter reported, while the camera focused on the Ice Admiral, raising his hands, first freezing the Tsunade and the entire bay. A young pirate, in the middle of the crowd, had her name unknown for having a bounty under 10 million, but still risked making her name in the New World. She shouted, "This is the true power of the great pirates. Maybe we should go to Marineford too and make our name. I might even get a bounty to become a pirate of the worst generation," she exclaimed excitedly among several pirate groups. Some looked at her with a somber face upon hearing something like that. "It's not that simple, girl. Did you see what happened to Little Oars Jr.? It was devastating," a more seasoned pirate commented. He was referring to the scene broadcast moments before, where the giant Oars Jr. had fallen in battle, which surprised everyone there by the brutality with which the Navy and the Shichibukais had eliminated him mercilessly. Next to them, a family of traders watched with concern. The mother firmly held her young son's hand, trying to divert his eyes from the more violent scenes. "We should go home. This is no place for children," she murmured to her husband, who nodded in agreement, equally disturbed. "Did you see the move of the greatest swordsman in the world? Look at some scenes of him fighting against some pirates." A swordsman among the pirate group said in a very excited tone, wanting to reach that level when he went to the New World. "Look at Admiral Kizaru. He's using his light power. I so wish I had an Akuma no Mi," an excited reporter said, seeing the high-speed movements launching rays of light across the battlefield, exploding the enemies. "But didn't you see how Marco stopped him before kicking him? The power of the Phoenix is cooler," another reporter exclaimed. "Of course not. The power of Logia is much better than that mythical Zoan," someone else countered. The fight continued, and when Jozu lifted that huge block of ice and threw it towards the plaza, everyone was mesmerized, wondering what would happen next. And when Akainu made his move, everyone sighed as he began to release his power. "So, this is the power of Admiral Akainu. Look, he's launching magma onto the battlefield. Whitebeard's ships are being burned until one of those magma balls went towards Whitebeard." The scene continued. "He caught it easily. Whitebeard stopped the attack with his weapon and blew on the magma, leaving just a cold rock and leaving all the spectators even more amazed. As expected of the strongest man in the world, nothing seems to shake Whitebeard," someone in the middle of the plaza said with a tone of admiration. "This fight. So these are the people who are at the top," murmured Kid, increasingly frustrated with his current power. It seemed there were as many people like Monkey D. Luffy. "We are far from it, aren't we, Captain Kidd?" Baggy appeared beside him and mocked the red-haired pirate. Do you want to die?" Kid gave him an angry look. "Don't be so stupid." Bege continued mocking and turned back to everyone there. "And where is the one who is leading the worst generation?" Bege murmured, since Luffy had gone to the New World according to the newspaper. "It looks like he is ahead of us. Will he try to capture Whitebeard's territories?" he commented. His gaze suddenly turned to Basil in a corner, watching the screen and playing cards as always. "Tell me, Basil, what chances does Luffy have of starting to capture territories in the New World? I bet the others must be doing the same, as powerful as Whitebeard is. Look at the strength of the Navy. What are the chances of that monster surviving?" He spoke and waited for an answer from Basil. Basil looked for a moment. Everyone there who was nearby and knew his powers, so they certainly tried to hear his answers. After all, he was a man who always said the right tactics and had proved it. As he began to play cards and looked exactly at those questions, his card lifted and he raised an eyebrow. "Chances of Whitebeard surviving, 10%, he spoke in a calm tone. 10%? That's better than I expected, Beji commented, while Drake grimaced at that. After all, 10% is much more than it should be, and he was secretly rooting for the Navy and couldn't do anything about it while watching the battle he should be part of. "And tell me, what is the chance of Monkey D. Luffy capturing Whitebeard's territories in the New World?" Kid was the one who asked this time, and Basil looked again at his cards and looked at Captain Kidd. 0%, he said, also a bit surprised. "Wait, 0%? Kid exclaimed. "He's supposed to be in the New World. What's the chance of him being in the New World then?" he asked immediately. Basil looked at the card and spoke. 0%. What? Everyone raised an eyebrow at that. "Don't tell me he's in the war or going to the war," someone commented, and Basil nodded, looking at his cards while frowning once more and looking at everyone in a moment of silence. 100%. The chance of him being in the war is 100%. His words echoed through the area where those pirates were. "What?" Kid immediately raised his voice. Why would he be in a war of Whitebeard trying to save his commander? Many exclaimed, after all, they didn't know the relationship Luffy had with Ace. Anyway, it's going to be quite a show, Oroge said with a smile. Apu approached, moving his long arms, and raised his voice. "So tell me, what is the chance of Straw Hat surviving this war?" Basil looked for a moment and spoke. 60%, he said as everyone was in shock. What they didn't know was that Luffy only had to worry about the forces of the Navy, but still, he had a higher chance of survival. "Damn you, Straw Hat, you're always ahead of us," Kid said, frustrated. "This way we won't conquer the New World. All the spotlight is on Straw Hat," Killer commented. "Well, anyway, this will be interesting to watch. He defeated an admiral. Let's see what he can do in this war," Beiji commented and continued. Remembering that he still has a 40% chance of dying, Beiji commented with a smile. "It's better this idiot survives this war. Otherwise, I'll kill him after resurrecting him after everything he promised me," Boney said nearby, frustrated as she looked at the screens, anxious for Luffy who might appear at any moment. Meanwhile, Rayleigh was still atop his tree, watching the battle. However, as he drank and saw the deaths of both pirates and sailors, a smile formed on his lips while his gaze seemed sharper than usual. "It's coming," was the only thing he said before anyone there could notice anything. Meanwhile, a variety of comments arose from the crowd, discussing everything they saw, the powers of the strongest, Shichibukais, admirals, vice-admirals, and pirates with their commanders, and even the base of the 43 pirates from the Whitebeard flag fleet, especially the latter's movement. After all, he had a power to destroy the world, as Sengoku had mentioned. This type of discussion was not only happening in Sabaody. The broadcast was being announced all over the world. In Goa, in the main square, Queen Makino looked worriedly at everything with her ministers beside her, while Curly Dodden, one of the current ministers and women responsible for the Queen of Goa's security, was on the verge of tears, seeing Ace in that state, ready to be executed, hoping he would be saved and cursing Garp. "Garp, you damn, how can you let Ace be in this situation? Save him. He's so close to you. You're right there. You damn. I swear I will kill you if Ace is killed in this war. Listen, Garp." She spoke as tears streamed from her eyes and the other ministers tried to calm her. "Please, be well," Makino also commented, fearing for Ace's life. In Logtown, many people gathered to watch this, as not all islands could have a broadcast. Many important people came here. One of them was the new mayor of a kingdom under construction of the recently developing Kokoyasi Kingdom, with a huge port already functioning. However, still, only Goa and Logatown had a broadcast happening in the East Blue. Even the queen of another emerging kingdom in this sea, Syrup Kingdom, with the queen named Kaya. Many were watching the broadcast, not imagining what could happen next, and this extended to other known realms of the Grand Line. In Alabasta, there was also a broadcast, and even the Drum Kingdom had gone there to watch it as allies. All members of the Baroque Works were also there, the organization that Luffy had reactivated. All members like Miss Valentina, Mr. 2, Mr. 3, and all the others that Luffy recruited except Mr. 1, now all were members of the Straw Hat Fleet and awaited the unfolding of the war. They had spoken with Luffy, but the captain asked for no one to interfere in this war and for them to keep low profiles. Of course, he didn't even notify that he would appear, so it would be a surprise for everyone. In the New World, Kaido was crying in anger as he watched the broadcast. "Damn you, Shanks, that bastard hindered me. I was supposed to have fought Whitebeard before cleaning up Marineford." Kaido complained about Shanks having stopped him, as he had to retreat the day before. Now he could only watch the old man's downfall through the broadcast. "But no matter now, I will take all his territories, you fool." Kaido spoke as his men were already out, going to the islands where there was a Whitebeard flag, hoping that, as he fell, his territory in the New World would increase even more. The same could be said of Big Mom, as she watched the broadcast on her main island. Her children had gone out to sea, mainly Katakuri going to Fishman Island to make it his territory. Back at the war, everything continued with the same intensity. Pirates dying here and there, with no one to stop them, while Whitebeard analyzed his men fighting atop his ship, analyzing and waiting to lead them with direct orders. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sengoku also analyzed next to Ace and Garp, already planning to execute his secret plan to end Whitebeard once and for all. However, both Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the most powerful pirate in the world, Edward Newgate, and all the greatest fighters, including Shichibukais, division commanders, admirals, vice-admirals, and navy captains, felt that something was about to change in this war, and before the lower-ranking soldiers could notice anything, the gazes of all the greatest forces turned towards one of the frozen tsunami waves, as something was about to happen. Chapter 310 War 04 The Straw Hats finally make their entrance. Third-person POV. Marineford, first half of Grand Line. Whitebeard was still looking at Oars's body on the ground when his gaze shifted to the side of the battlefield as soon as he noticed something. Sengoku, holding the Denmushi in his hand, took his eyes off the battlefield while analyzing the war. He felt something and turned to the same side his enemy was looking at. Garp looked to the side at the same time as Sengoku and Whitebeard while narrowing his eyes. Ace, bound beside them, saw his pops looking to the side, while his gaze returned to Sengoku and Garp on either side before shifting back to the frozen tsunami, wondering what they were looking at that moment. That! Both Kong and his current team, who were hidden from everyone's eyes in Marineford, felt that something was also going to happen. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Marco once again confronted Kizaru, as they fought at high speed, with the Admiral trying to attack the commander of the 1st Division. But he was quick to heal every time he was attacked. It was a stalemate with no winner. However, both stopped and looked to that side, surprised. What is that? How frightening. Kizaru commented. Kuzan was also fighting Jozu at that moment, transforming half of his body into diamond, trying to punch him with haki, until he stopped advancing and looked to the side. The same could be said of the Admiral, who looked with a tone not as lazy as usual. But the same could be said of Boa Hancock, Mihawk, and Don Quixote do Flamingo, who quickly looked while Moria, the least proficient in haki there, hadn't noticed anything and continued killing the pirates. Meanwhile, Kuma, being a cyborg, also appeared neutral. Admiral Akainu, who was going to meet and talk with someone who could draw Whitebeard among the 43 pirates of the fleet, stopped at that moment when he sensed something too. All the vice-admirals who were fighting against the pirate fleet stopped attacking when they looked at the huge ice block, noticing something, and the same could be said of the captains, who had their eyes in that direction, forgetting the fight against the vice-admirals. What is this now? This feeling is unsettling. Tsuru murmured softly. This feeling was not limited to the major forces. The battlefield itself suddenly changed at that exact moment, as even the lower-ranking soldiers, both pirates and marines, noticed something because the place became completely silent at that moment, as if the atmosphere had changed, causing even them to stop shooting and advancing against each other, wondering what was happening, looking confused. "Why do I feel so strange?" said the sailor, while he didn't even feel like continuing to shoot at the other line of enemies. "Hey, Kobe, what's happening here?" Helmeppo murmured scared as he saw the battlefield fall silent next to Kobe, who was also looking at it quite bewildered, not knowing what was happening. "Why do I feel like something big is going to happen here?" The pirates murmured throughout the battlefield. Even the people behind the screens noticed the change. "Hey, what's going on there? Why does everything seem different? Why isn't anyone attacking aggressively anymore? Is something happening?" These questions started to arise while the crowd of all kinds of people looked at the battlefield through the screens. After all, they couldn't see anything beyond everyone stopping attacking each other, as they could not feel the real atmosphere at the location. Then, in the midst of all that deadly silence, contrasting with the chaotic atmosphere of the battlefield just seconds ago, something happened. A moment later, a sonic explosion emerged, with a strange sound coming from that side where everyone had their eyes sharpened, looking, while the explosion seemed larger and growing as if something was coming towards the bay, and suddenly the ice exploded, breaking it in a vertical cut, with a type of strange energy being molded in red and black, with the glacier beside it being knocked down and raising clouds of smoke with shards of ice. "What is this?" The pirates and marines quickly asked as they widened their eyes at the gigantic energy emerging, advancing towards the battlefield in the middle of the bay. It first broke the ice, then that colossal vertical line, which was at least 30 meters wide and as tall as the tsunami, passed, breaking the half-moon-shaped building below the frozen tsunami in its path, and advanced to the center of the battlefield. Everyone's eyes widened at that. Hearing the sound of ice breaking, and a sound from the unique energy itself, approaching them as it carved a trench path through the ice. Among all those surprised, after all, the battlefield had stopped to watch that before it even happened. Mihawk's eyes widened as his hawk eyes quickly worked to see whose energy that was emerging, as it belonged to a sword, and he did not recognize to whom it belonged. The same could be said of Vista. Vice Admiral Strawberry also widened his eyes at that. After all, he knew that energy very well, more than anyone else there. As the energy began to advance, exploding the grounds and reaching the center of the bay, both marine soldiers and pirates tried to escape from it. "Get out of the way of that! It's going to hit us! Get out of the way!" Numerous exclamations emerged from both sides as the explosion advanced to the middle of the site before disappearing completely, leaving a huge trench path on that side, at least 30 meters deep, and the ice began to explode, further increasing the smoke, without anyone being able to have a view of the other side, or who had made that hole. The battlefield fell silent once again, with only the sound of the glacier breaking, everyone holding their breath, while Whitebeard, Sengoku, the division commanders, the admirals, the Shichibukai, the vice-admirals, the fleet captains, all frowned. After all, none of them expected something like this, wondering who had created it. After all, no one knew a person with such ability other than a certain vice-admiral who widened his eyes and narrowed them. So they finally came. Strawberry, recognizing Zoro's energy, commented, "What is this? Who did this?" Jozu murmured and asked Marco, who also shook his head, not knowing either who had done it. "Whoever it is, they're coming this way." The 3rd Division commander, Vista, appeared beside and commented, looking at the smoke from the debris rising. While everyone waited to see something emerge from there, a surge explosion burst with the seawater advancing through the hole where the energy had dug and filling the trench like a river, exploding at its bridge, which was the middle of the bay. Everyone watched the water advancing while everyone in Marineford was silent as if the war had ended. "What is this now?" Ace asked, looking dazed at that. "You came," while Garp narrowed his eyes and sighed, feeling what was going to happen next. "Hey, what's happening here?" the pirates exclaimed, not understanding. Even the pirates looked to their commanders, and even to Whitebeard himself, who looked at it with more surprised eyes than usual. The same could be said of the Marines, looking for answers from the admirals in the middle of the battlefield. "Something is emerging from there." A Marine pointed to the path where water had emerged, with a huge shadow appearing at that moment, and the shadow grew larger as all eyes fixed on that thing emerging from the smoke. It was then that the bow of a ship with the head of a certain demon that everyone knew appeared, and with a man on top of it, while his straw hat was kept on his head and his cape fluttered with the wind. This same man kept his gaze fixed on the execution platform, cracking a smile and holding a fierce look. "He finally arrived! Among those hidden in Marineford," they exclaimed. "He is." Before the entire ship emerged, people had already begun to recognize the first one to appear, and it wasn't hard to notice that it was the pirate known as Straw Hat. "It's Straw Hat, the #1 rookie of the worst generation with 1 billion bounty," people exclaimed. "Monkey D. Luffy is here. He is the son of Dragon and the grandson of the marine hero, Garp." People continued shouting at each other while pointing their trembling hands at the Black Pearl emerging. "Why is this super rookie here?" Some pirates who were unaware of the relationship between Ace and Monkey D. Luffy exclaimed, confused. While Whitebeard had a stern look, despite no hostility, as he knew that Monkey D. Luffy was Ace's foster brother, and him being here meant only one thing. Despite Luffy practically challenging and mocking him at times before, such as capturing Ace and Jinbei while sending pictures in Alabasta, among other things, Kuma maintained a neutral look, while Moria looked at Luffy with frustration, The same could be said of Don Quixote do Flamingo, who wanted revenge after suffering so much at the hands of that team. Meanwhile, Hancock had a look with two hearts filling her eyes, and she struck a pose of a woman in love. Mihawk narrowed his eyes at Luffy and what was emerging behind him. Although Luffy had a sword at his waist, it wasn't his energy that had carved the trench where the ship was now sailing. Sengoku narrowed his eyes while Garp clenched his teeth, and Ace looked wide-eyed at Luffy appearing there.
Look!
He exclaimed immediately, while Luffy looked at him, maintaining the same smile. He continued approaching while no one tried to stop them, with the ship becoming more visible to all eyes. "Look, it's the members of the Straw Hat Pirates!" The voice was raised in different parts of the field, as new people appeared on the deck of the ship before it was completely visible. There were all the exclusive members of the crew who hadn't stayed in Skypiea, plus Lucy, who was still wearing the marine uniform she was captured in at Impel Down by her grandfather. Luffy didn't care about the comments and took his eyes off Ace for a moment and turned his head. "That was a nice cut, Zoro," Luffy commented as his swordsman sheathed the only sword he had used to create an opening while the ship advanced. "That was easy, Captain." Zoro spoke with a smile. His gaze returned to the battlefield, looking for the one who would challenge him on this day. He quickly saw Mihawk at a distance, and their gazes met, crossing like blades, and it was at that moment that Mihawk opened his eyes, quite surprised by what he was seeing. After all, it had not been many months since he had met that boy in East Blue, and, despite the newspapers already reporting a bit of his current strength, it was still surprising to see him personally, and notice how he had evolved in such a short time, recognizing his posture on that deck, and knowing that he had created that gigantic cut himself. "So this is war," Chopper shouted. "There are so many people," Usopp commented in surprise, going to the side of the ship and analyzing the battlefield. "This is certainly a bloody battlefield," Nojiko commented, seeing so many dead people scattered around. "Luffy, I don't want to face the admirals," Nami exclaimed from behind. "I'm scared, Captain," Bebo shouted. "It's just a bunch of mortals. What's there to be scared of?" Enel, as always, maintained his arrogant posture and scoffed at what he was seeing. Hugo remained silent. Shirahoshi looked at the battlefield with curious eyes. Alvida and Baby 5 maintained a smile towards that place. While Vivi seemed somewhat scared and tried to maintain a posture, Robin and Quina maintained a calm look. "Wolf!" Shushu barked at the battlefield. "This is the greatest strength of the Navy." Reiju smiled. "The elite of the Navy and the greatest pirate group in the world. This looks interesting," Lami commented. "Ni, this is going to be dangerous," Hachi commented. "It looks like we'll have our rematch with the Navy. We don't need to hold back now, do we, Luffy?" Yamato asked with a smile. "Look, they're all there. They have a crew of 20-something members with various mythical Akuma no Mi. I read in the newspaper, they had 5 mythical Akuma no Mi," someone exclaimed, though it seemed outdated. "You know there are even Logias among them like the admirals," the Marines exclaimed as the pirates looked on, admiring this crew worth billions, as powerful as a Yonkou, with even some speculating that they were already one, and now they were emerging on the battlefield. They just hoped they weren't enemies. "Is he going to come take our father?" "We can't let that happen, no matter if it's Straw Hat or the Navy. We'll defeat everyone. Our father is invincible," the pirates exclaimed. "Calm down. It's very likely this pirate will also fight to save Ace." Marco tried to calm them down before they did something foolish. The ship continued to emerge, but if they were already surprised by the arrival of Straw Hat, what came next shocked both all of Marineford and the entire planet, with people watching everything through the screens. That's because as soon as the ship continued to emerge from the ice wreckage, the mainmast's sail appeared with the Straw Hat skull flag and its bones crossing. But what no one expected were the 7 people tied there, and none other than 7 beaten Tenryubito, with bruised faces bleeding like blood pulps, tied like dogs on that flag. And if people were shocked by Luffy's crew appearing, everyone's eyes widened without exception, whether they were pirates, marines, shichibukais, admirals, vice-admirals, commanders, Sengoku, Garp, Ace, and Whitebeard, even Kong and the others hidden. Everyone opened their mouths and widened their eyes, as this would be a sight no one expected in the middle of the war. While Luffy's crew brought 7 Tenryubito as hostages to the battlefield, while they were beaten and humiliated, being displayed on the ship as trophies. "Well, it looks like we're making quite an impression," Luffy commented as his ship headed towards the middle of the bay. Chapter 311, War 05, Third-Person POV, Marineford, First Half of Grand Line. The war immediately stopped at that moment. No one could even hear a sound at that moment. Whether pirates, sailors, or Shichibukais, everyone was looking horrified at that ship. Ace, on the platform, kept his mouth open, trembling, as out of everything he could have imagined in the war, this never crossed his mind, even wondering if it really was Luffy there. Sound of metal. A sword fell to the ground in the middle of the ground, while a sailor, who until a moment ago was fighting against the pirates, looked around, trembling, waiting for any of his superiors to tell him what to do in such a situation. A pirate who was pointing his gun at another sailor lowered it at that moment. While his eyes and mouth were wide open, he also could not imagine having such a vision in his life. Even Hancock, who had hearts in her eyes, was shocked and silent. Moria was as surprised as any sailor, and even beings with personalities as peculiar as Doflamingo and Mihawk looked at it in disbelief. The admirals were shocked and paralyzed. Marco, Vista, Jozu, and all the division captains had their eyes wide open while their pupils dilated, equally surprised. Even the most powerful man in the world seemed shocked by what he was seeing, when someone had attacked this group of people that even he himself did not dare to face without a good reason. For Whitebeard, it had been a long time since he had seen a scene like this, from his time when he was a crew member of a certain ship, since his captain, Rox, also had no fear of these beings and did exactly what he was seeing, or worse, when he felt like it. Returning to the execution platform, Garp was more astonished than ever, while his eyes opened and snot came out of his nose, covering half of his open mouth. How could this happen? Sengoku murmured amid the silence now found in Marineford, the only sound at that moment being that of the black ship approaching the middle of the bay. Not only in Marineford, it seemed like the war had ended, but people from all parts of the world, even moments before being shocked by this scene, were screaming bewildered as soon as Luffy made his first move. For them, it all seemed quite electrifying watching the war and seeing that explosion emerge from the tsunami on one side of the bay. It caught everyone's attention, while the energy continued cutting the ice, heading towards the middle of the bay. "It's the Straw Hats," shouted a reporter shocked to his soul, while several others murmured and exclaimed, "He's in the war. What is he doing there? Does he want more fame, or does he think he can already? He's probably going to challenge Whitebeard for the title of the strongest in the world. Impossible. He's just a rookie. With more of his bounty being astronomical and compared to others, he can't be so foolish as to face the strongest in the world. You know he's quite crazy, and might even fight against admirals and hit Tenryubitos. But what is he still doing there?" People immediately began to exclaim without understanding the motive for why Luffy was appearing there. "What is happening there?" "Look, he brought his entire crew." Someone pointed to the screen while Black Pearl appeared before seeing the main mast, while all the crew members appeared and kept a sharp look despite some being somewhat fearful. "This is incredible. What will happen to this war when he and the other crew members are also there?" they asked while looking at the crew with this unique entry. "He really is there," Beiji exclaimed in a corner. "Captain, you're eating more than usual," a man exclaimed to Bonnie. "Shut up and bring me more pizza. I don't want to miss this," Bonnie exclaimed while eating in an attempt to calm her nerves. "You better come out alive from there, you hear me?" She shouted at the screen while people looked like she was a fool, since Luffy could not hear. "Tsk," Kid clicked his tongue. Killer remained silent. "Oh, that bastard is there," Apu said, smiling and waving his hands. Basil just looked. Oroge smiled. X-Drake looked, frowning. "Mom, is that the man who hit the bad man?" a little girl said as she remembered that man dressed in white hitting the man below him when that same man appeared and punched him. To her, Luffy was a hero beating the Tenryubito. "Be quiet, daughter." The woman immediately covered the girl's mouth, looking around to see if anyone had heard, but everyone in front of her was in shock. Well, Rayleigh, on top of the tree, stopped drinking as he looked at the scene in front of him. That was really a surprise. Reminds me of rocks, he said in the end. Admiral Kizaru is here, someone shouted, a pirate probably, with fear in his voice. Kizaru is in the war, you idiot, someone retorted. Look there! The pirate pointed behind, and the man who called him an idiot shifted his gaze and was immediately blinded. What is this? Where is this light coming from? This last one complained immediately, trying to shield his eyes. Meanwhile, there was a man looking at the screen so excited that his eyes looked like headlights with the excitement he was feeling, watching the man he had come to Sabaudi to try to meet. Bartolomeo shouted excitedly, seeing Luffy entering so coolly in the middle of a war. While these scenes were happening even outside of Sabaudi, people were also reacting to it. Luffy, he really showed up! Makino exclaimed in the midst of Goa's embrace while the entire kingdom watched. Luffy, Dadan said, crying. Please save Ace! Save Ace! She exclaimed, cheering for Luffy. In another part of East Blue, in the square of Logatown, where there was a huge crowd watching the scenes filling the entire square. He's here, does that mean Usopp will also appear? Kaya exclaimed, surprised as Black Pearl appeared and Usopp appeared right after. He's come. It's been so long. That damn, he took the queens to war. The former mayor of Kokoyasi village, now the prime minister of Kokoyasi kingdom, shouted enraged, while the people around him tried to calm him. Shimotsuki Kushiro was also on one side of the square, watching the scene with his dojo students. Kuina, Zoro, you really are there. He murmured, quite surprised, seeing his daughter and his best student. It's Zoro-senpai. Miss Kuina is also there. The dojo students exclaimed and cheered for their acquaintances. Choo-Choo is in the war. The mayor of Orangetown, who was with many people from that city in this square, looked shocked, never imagining that Choo-Choo would leave his city a few months ago and appear in the middle of a war. Hey, Chef Zeph, Reiju is also there. Barati stopped at the port of Logatown today to watch the war, and one of the restaurant's cooks immediately pointed out to his colleagues on the other side of the square. That's true. I hope she's okay. These kids are really bold, entering into the eye of the storm like this, Zeph said with his arms crossed. Go, Reiju, take them down. The cooks beside were cheering without knowing which side Luffy would fight yet. An old gentleman on top of a building watching the screens was shocked by that. He was a bar owner called Gold Roger, the same gentleman who served Luffy in that bar when he came to Logatown with Shirahoshi. He couldn't be more surprised by this scene. Incredible, isn't it? No wonder he went there, he exclaimed. Every time something big happens at sea, this boy is always involved. Despite his bar keeping the same name, he lived decorating it with newspaper clippings as frames in his bar of Luffy since he met him. After all, he made a declaration that day on the execution platform that shocked him. What will he do now? Does he intend to challenge the strongest in the world or destroy the Navy? This is even bolder than I remember from Roger, the old man exclaimed, laughing. He's that guy who declared he would dominate the entire sea. A man in the square of Logatown exclaimed. He destroyed this square when he stepped here. It took months and still hasn't been fully built. Is this a dream? Is he really there in that hell? I knew he would do something like this. I've been following him ever since he left this town. Monkey D. Luffy, the man I will serve as soon as I go to sea. Recruit me to your crew. Who does he intend to destroy in this war? He defeated Kizaru in Sabaudi a short time ago. Whichever side he chooses, it will unbalance the war. Monkey D. Luffy is already considered a potential Yonko. People began to exclaim at that shocking scene, questioning who Luffy would help and whom he would destroy. The choice in this decision would completely change the war. Boss Kaido! In Onigashima, where Kaido had returned, the men murmured surprised as the Yonko stood up at that moment. In front of him, Yamato was among Luffy's crew, his eyes fixed on his daughter like a hawk. Yamato, you damned son! You went to war while I'm stuck here? Kaido growled immediately. Wait, Lord Kaido, what do you plan to do? The men around him became desperate at that moment, scared with no means to stop any of Kaido's madness. After all, none of the disasters were present to stop him at that moment. as they had gone to various islands belonging to Whitebeard to take them as their own. "What do you think I'm going to do?" Kaido spoke with a serious tone while looking at the screen in front of him. "Bring the Vivre card we made with Jack bringing that piece of hair from paradise," he immediately ordered, beginning to walk while waiting for the man to deliver what he asked for, while the soldiers of the 100 Beasts became more and more lost. This became a situation where they could do nothing more. The fate of the war was about to change once again. "That brat Monkey D. Luffy dares to appear like this in the fight with Whitebeard and the Navy?" Big Mom exclaimed immediately. "Besides, where is Cracker? He was supposed to bring that brat and his group here. Now he's in the middle of the war. Contact Gemma immediately," Big Mom yelled, still not knowing anything that had happened to Cracker and Germa itself. "Reiju." Meanwhile, a blond man standing near Big Mom watching the fight from there, murmured, seeing his former sister, because he hadn't seen her for years. The scene shifted to the Tenryubito, and if everyone was already shocked, a silence seemed to take over the entire planet before the chaos began. "He really did that?" In Mary Geoise, one of the elders smashed the table at that moment, watching the scene unfold in front of him. "Eliminate him immediately!" exclaimed another elder, going to the Den Mushi to talk with the team that was hidden, waiting for the moment to act against the crew that had just arrived. Already leaving the Castle of Power and going to the streets of Mary Geoise, almost all the Tenryubitos had a screen like that in their home, as they wanted to watch the war as a type of entertainment. They immediately became enraged by it. How dare they do this to a Tenryubito? These inferior beings! Kill them. I want them killed immediately. Call the admirals. I want all their families killed now. How dare they hurt my friend? Phrases like this started all over the Holy Land, with men in astronaut helmets exclaiming furiously, while their guards and servants had to make calls for them, having to obey their demands. "They hurt one of us," a Tenryubito spoke, although he was not friends with one of them tied to the mast. It was still an offense. "They are treating St. Goosey like an animal." Another Tenryubito shouted. Even though it was an enemy from Tenryubito, he exclaimed. This scene impacted even his status. He wanted to kill this unknown pirate group immediately. "Who are these inferior beings? How dare they hurt St. Vor?" Another spoke from one side of Mary Geoise, this Tenryubito being his fiancée. "Mother, do we also bleed like the inferior beings?" A little boy in the same astronaut outfit exclaimed, seeing a hurt Tenryubito for the first time. While behind them, his parents exclaimed furiously, "Hee!" A Tenryubito was on the sofa in his house with his family, but unlike all the others, this family was all bandaged up with patches after being attacked in Sabaody. The one who was stuttering was Saint Charlos, who pointed at Luffy trembling, with the trauma of that punch he received as soon as he met him in the streets of Sabaody going to the auction. "The Navy better kill them, because I myself will kill the Navy," exclaimed the father of Saint Charlos. "These damned bastards, inferior beings, they will pay," everyone exclaimed, while Luffy had no idea that he had made an enemy of all of Mary Geoise at that moment, as the world was in chaos. But if Luffy knew what was happening in Mary Geoise, he would certainly say something like, "Then take this meteor." Chapter 312, War 6, Third-Person POV. Marineford, first half of Grand Line. While the whole world was shocked by what they were witnessing, the ship continued moving through the created channel, as everyone could do nothing but watch it pass through the middle of the war. "That guy, he's crazy," people behind the screens murmured, not believing that Luffy's insanity was normal at this moment. "Is this real?" people kept exclaiming. "Can this war get any worse? What will happen if they kill the Tenryubitos? What will the world government do?" They continued screaming. "Pay attention to what will happen. This is much more than a war between Whitebeard and the Navy now." People remained stunned, whether they were pirates, civilians, Navy, revolutionaries, government agents, and even Yonkos watching this scene. The ship kept sailing, while everyone remained immobile in the middle of the war, mesmerized by the sight of the 7 Tenryubitos tied to the sails and being beaten. "What is this? What should we do? Is Whitebeard still the enemy after this?" The sailors began to murmur, lost without knowing how to act there, Sengoku, still dazed, was the first to come back to his senses. He returned to the Navy men, stopped in the square, and shouted, "Turn off the communication devices immediately." "Yes, sir!" the sailors exclaimed as they began to run from there to the side of the plaza where the Den Den Mushi was recording. This should never have been exposed to the world, and much less could we continue to display this, Sengoku commented, watching his men running. The Black Pearl continues sailing while everyone waited. Nobody moved a finger, with the sailors waiting for some order from the loudspeakers, with Sengoku shouting commands, or even the pirates, who looked at Whitebeard, waiting for any comment from him. But the strongest man in the world was still looking at the ship without saying anything the whole time. The ship finally hit the end of the path, cracking the ice, as Luffy nodded satisfied. "We've finally arrived!" Shirahoshi shouted excitedly. "Why are you so happy?" "We're in the middle of a war between the world's most powerful forces," Usopp exclaimed. "Luffy, protect me," Nami demanded. "Me too," Vivi did the same. "Luffy, save me." Little Chopper looked at the people staring at them and immediately became scared. "Stop it, you're ruining our badass scene. What image are we going to give to the world with some of you acting scared?" Luffy turned his face and immediately complained. "Are you just worried about your image?" A collective scream followed. "Tsk!" Luffy clicked his tongue before breaking into a smile and returning to the battlefield, while all around there were no more screams, cannon shots, or swords clashing against each other, just everyone watching him, wondering what he would do next. His gaze swept over the battlefield and moved to the plaza until he saw the execution platform with his grandfather and Ace beside Sengoku. "I hope you haven't been waiting too long, brother." Luffy's voice echoed across the battlefield effortlessly. Ace responded, screaming at the top of his lungs. "Don't worry, we'll get you out of here." Luffy spoke calmly still. "Monkey D. Luffy!" The voice of Sengoku suddenly resounded through the place. At the peak of his fury, this war had turned into a mess as soon as Luffy passed through the glacier. "Hello, Sengoku. It's the first time I'm seeing you in person. What an honor." Luffy spoke amiably. "Do you know what you're doing, kid?" This time it was Garp beside him with a furious look while his brow furrowed. What Luffy did at that moment placed a target on his back that he could never remove. "Hello, Grandpa. It's good to see you. It's been a few months," Luffy replied. Despite the ironic humor he had with his grandfather, or vice versa, it didn't seem to be there at that moment. "Do you know what you are doing? Do you have any idea what you represent by picking up 7 world nobles and beating them before bringing them to the Navy? You know you will never get out of here alive." Sengoku shouted into the microphone. Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, Luffy began to laugh loudly as his laughter echoed through the place. Kizaru and Kuzan furrowed their brows looking at him, while Akainu was about to explode while being near Whitebeard's fleet. "What are you laughing at, you damn it?" Sengoku shouted. "It's just funny. You talk as if you weren't already planning to kill me. You know I would come here. So don't be hypocritical, Sengoku. I'm here for my brother, and he will leave here alive, even if I have to destroy part of the Navy." Luffy spoke with a threatening tone. People began to snap out of their daze at this moment, while the pirates looked at each other. The sailors were a bit confused. "He said brother, like brother of Gold Roger's son. But he is Dragon's son. Do they have the same mother or something?" The sailors wondered. "That's impossible. Ace's mother died giving birth to him, so I don't know what he's talking about," another replied. "He's not Roger's son, but he's Ace's foster brother," Sengoku explained, making everyone understand what he meant by brother. "Listen, everyone, of all the people here, the Straw Hat Pirate is the biggest potential threat on the seas. We must destroy him at any cost. Do you understand?" Sengoku exclaimed as the sailors began to return to their wartime state. "Yes, we must eliminate him along with Whitebeard. Let's destroy the Straw Hats today, too." The sailors soon began to lose their fear and exclaimed with blood in their eyes at Luffy. "How dare he touch a world noble? He's worse than his father, Luffy." Kobe murmured watching this scene. "What are we going to do, Kobe?" Helmeppo was afraid of Luffy at that moment, still traumatized by what happened in Shelltown. Luffy shrugged it off and suddenly looked to the side as a huge ball of lava appeared in front of him. Akainu was not standing still. This ball of lava flew up before beginning to descend again towards Luffy. "You're so eager, Akainu." Luffy smiled as the flames illuminated him, simply creating a fireball in his hand and throwing it against the lava, which exploded along with it the next moment, preventing the lava from reaching the ship. The explosion lit up the area with purple flames and red lava clashing against each other until they canceled each other out. The sailors and pirates watched this with fascination as Luffy stopped an admiral's attack. "Akainu, are you going to attack me from the shadows? Have you become a coward now, after the beating I gave you?" Luffy taunted, waiting to see the enraged admiral appear, but there was no sign of him. After all, he still needed to talk to someone from the fleet. "He canceled the power of an admiral," the sailors shouted. Suddenly, a man jumped into the air as Kuzan targeted Luffy by launching an arrow at him. The arrow sped until a figure surrounded by fire appeared, while this same woman in flames dressed in pink launched a kick against the spear, creating a line of flames as her feet and the spear collided with each other. The impact immediately exploded with Kuzan speaking in his attack as he fell to the ground, and another light appeared in the air, being Kizaru. "It's time for me to strike for what they did in Sabaody." He spoke in a neutral tone as a flash of light appeared and a blue field emerged at that moment in that area. The flash suddenly disappeared and reappeared, swapping places with a block of ice as that attack flew towards the Navy sailors themselves. "Help!" They screamed immediately, but it was too late as it exploded with that BOMB! The explosion sounded through the place with both the sailors and pirates looking at it stunned. "This is so unexpected and dangerous." Kizaru did not fail to comment, frowning, since his own attack was killing sailors with it. "These women managed to nullify the attack of 2 admirals?" they exclaimed, shocked. "Lami, do what I asked." Luffy spoke as Lami disappeared after nodding. She created several fields while traveling through the battlefield without anyone being able to react, appearing all the way to the edge of the plaza. "Let's get the Den Den Mushi!" the sailors under Sengoku's order exclaimed as they approached the device. "Sorry, but my captain wants this," Lami commented as the surprised sailors lost their heads the next moment, still continuing to move, touching their necks without understanding. "That's the power of the Ope no Mi," people immediately exclaimed. "She can even move the power of Kizaru. What a stolen fruit that is." Jozu commented, watching Lami return to the ship. "Yes, and they also have their own phoenix." Marco commented as Reiju was landing on the ship and both women began some kind of argument. "I did better." "No, I was cooler." "Can you both stop arguing right now?" "Lami, give me the Den Den Mushi." Luffy spoke, wanting to end that fight, while Sengoku watched, stunned. "He got the broadcasting Den Den Mushi." He growled, "Hello, world." Luffy spoke, lifting that Den Den Mushi, smiling at all the people of this world, seeing his face plastered on screens across the globe. What is he doing? The people on the other side of the screen could not be more surprised by this development. "Well, before we get involved in this war, I want to make an announcement." Luffy began while no one else made a move with him, waiting to see what he would say after everything he had done. "I know your plan, Navy. I know you plan to execute Ace before the time." Luffy started while Sengoku frowned at this statement and Whitebeard looked a bit surprised by it. "And you better not do it. After all, I have 7 Tenryubitos here to sacrifice." Luffy said this, making everyone choke. "He plans to execute a Tenryubito?" Both sailors and pirates exclaimed. "Luffy," Boa Hancock could hardly believe the words of her husband, looking shocked at him. "This is madness. He can't be serious. Can he?" The men behind the screens in Sabaody wondered. "But you tried to do this once, so it's time for me to show that I'm not joking here, Sengoku." Luffy spoke. "What do you plan to do?" Sengoku looked at him fearfully this time, while Ace had a shocked face towards Luffy from the beginning, and Garp had narrowed eyes, knowing that whatever happens next would leave the world in chaos. Luffy glanced at Lami. With a movement of his finger, she removed a Tenryubito from the sail and he fell kneeling in front of Luffy. Everyone looked at that, while the Tenryubito seemed to wake up at that moment with a bleeding face. "What is happening? Who hit me? Where am I? I demand to be released now," he immediately exclaimed, You should shut your mouth, you celestial swine. Luffy declared that once more. He's going to do it, Kong exclaimed from his hiding place. We can't do anything. There are 6 other Tenryubitos they could kill. We must wait and act at the right time. We will avenge this Tenryubito. One of the men behind Kong spoke, and Kong had to comply. Who are you, you damn? Who are you calling a celestial swine? Where's that big guy who beat me? I demand his head. The Tenryubito continued exclaiming, but he stopped talking the moment Luffy pulled out his pistol from the bag and placed it on the world noble's head. You know, you should have stayed quiet as I asked. Luffy spoke while keeping the gun pointed at his head, even more pressed. This definitely made everyone feel that their worst fears were right. Luffy planned to execute a Tenryubito in front of the entire world. This kid, he's really going to do it? Whitebeard looked shocked at this. Listen here, Monkey D. Luffy, if you do this, you will pay, I swear, Sengoku immediately shouted, while Garp frowned and Ace looked paralyzed. I told you, Sengoku, you planned to execute my brother even in a trap. I have 7 hostages, and I will show that I'm not joking. This Tenryubito will die for your joke. Luffy spoke while touching the trigger of his pistol, frightening everyone even more, terrifying even the admirals who looked paralyzed and could not move. People around the world were shocked by what they were seeing on the screen, and Luffy moved the camera back to his face. Let me declare a few things. This man has a history of human abuse, enslavement, torture, bribery. These kinds of people are the most disgusting there is in this world, and they deserve death, Luffy spoke. As everyone watched, he continued, Listen, all the people of this world, I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will dominate the seas, and I intend to cleanse this scum from the world. Luffy spoke as if the whole world had frozen in time. His words echoed in their minds as they watched his finger move, and the next moment, the sound of a gunshot erupted, and the head of the Tenryubito was blown off, blood splattering in front of the entire planet. This was an act that not even rocks had managed to achieve, not on a global scale, showing that even gods could die. Chapter 313, War 07, Third-Person POV, Marineford, First Half of Grand Line. This bastard Garp, you know your grandson won't make it out alive today, right? Sengoku was the one to break the silence at Marineford, still shocked by what had just occurred right in front of them and the world. Garp watched, furrowing his brow like never before in his life. What his grandson did was something irreversible, something that hadn't happened in many, many years. Even worse, since this execution was broadcast to the entire world. Nobody would forget something so significant, no matter what the world government did. With the Den Den Mushi broadcasting, what the Marines wanted to show was to glorify their victory on this day over the pirates. But the Marines and the world government just realized that this had become their Trojan horse. After all, the entire world saw the execution of a descendant of the creators of this world. Papers and notebooks fell to the ground everywhere in the world. Silent pirates, frightened citizens, reporters witnessing a scene they could never have imagined in their lives. This day would forever be known as a day when there was someone brave enough to challenge the greatest power in this world, brave enough to kill someone untouchable. Someone brave enough to prove to the world that the celestial dragons were not untouchable gods, that there was someone who challenged the world government above anyone else in this world, and he did it in front of the Navy and the world. Meanwhile, on the Black Pearl, although some members of the Straw Hat crew were terrified inside, they now maintained a serious look, because what their captain had done was bold, and there was no turning back. Even so, they had to accept and trust the captain's decisions. Luffy watched the man fall like a rag doll as he rolled over the prow where they were and fell below the ship like a kicked dog. It was a strange sight to see a Tenryubito meet such an end. He had never executed one of them in such a humiliating manner, but he did not regret it. He knew that if there was a gear in this world that maintained the balance of all forces, he had just destroyed it and opened the door to chaos. He could be more hunted than his own father from that moment. People still saw Luffy filming the body falling and disappearing below him, while he grabbed the camera and started filming his face again. If this proves that I'm not joking, then I don't know what will, Luffy said with a smile. This is because Ace was going to be executed, and I'm determined to kill all the Tenryubitos to save my brother. He said and had an idea at that moment. I can also send a message to him. He thought with satisfaction. After all, there was someone in this world he wanted to meet. He spoke to the entire world again. Sabo, if you're watching this transmission from somewhere, don't worry, brother. Ace will be alone, and soon we'll meet. Me, you, Ace, and Lucy. He said, as it was a chance to speak directly to the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army somewhere on the globe. Elsewhere in the New World, while the Revolutionary Army was also watching the broadcast in a secret place, after having stolen the broadcasting Denmushi, from a major kingdom on an island in that sea, the war was displayed to the most important group of rebels. They watched the battle unfold as they imagined, but everything changed once Luffy entered, first being very surprised by the presence of Dragon's son appearing there. "He's come!" some members shouted, looking at Luffy appearing. "So this is the famous Monkey D. Luffy?" Sabe asked curiously. "Dragon, your son is getting involved in the middle of the war," another exclaimed. Dragon remained silent. He knew of the connection Luffy had with Ace in the Go Kingdom, so he wasn't too surprised, but he couldn't help wondering how Luffy was affecting the outcome of this fight. But his eyes widened as soon as the complete ship emerged. "Hey, hey! Those are Tenryubitos! He must be crazy! What is happening?" The revolutionaries were all stunned by what they were witnessing. The broadcast continued as the admirals attacked the ship, but then when Luffy pointed the gun at the kneeling world noble, no one could breathe. And when the shot blew the head off the Tenryubito, everyone lost their footing at that moment. The chief's son really killed a Tenryubito. The man in question trembled as he spoke. Hey, Dragon, this can't be real," someone spoke to Dragon behind them. While Dragon himself was equally shocked, maintaining a furrowed brow at this, even he couldn't have imagined seeing something like this in this war. The broadcast continued as Luffy raised the Denmushi to himself. "Sabo, if you're watching this transmission..." They listened as the blond man's eyes widened at being called like that. "Sabo, does he know you?" Someone turned and asked. "Is he talking about our Sabo?" Koala looked curiously at him. "Luffy." Sabo initially was confused, wondering if it was indeed him being called by this pirate who was known as the chief's son, until suddenly something clicked. His eyes widened as he looked at Luffy smiling at the camera, now paying more attention to him and to Ace, who was captive on the execution platform, something he hadn't been doing before. After all, he only treated them as a pirate emerging with great force and just as a commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. And a war would start because of the latter, but he hadn't connected the dots yet. Luffy, Ace, and Lucy. With that pirate speaking on the broadcast and realizing that he was speaking to him, his mind began to remember things he had long forgotten. He quickly put his hand on his forehead, frowning without understanding what was happening. Flashes began to appear, from a time in the middle of a forest in the Goa Kingdom, with 4 children having fun through the forest while talking about their dreams for the future, the fights, and even his fall with that Tenryubito, making him a target while blowing up his raft. Memories began to flood his mind all at once. "Sabo, how are you feeling?" Koala noticed the strange behavior of her companion and placed her hand on his shoulder, worried. "I'm fine, it's just that, I was feeling a huge headache. Luffy, Ace, Lucy." He continued to murmur those names while pressing his head until suddenly he exploded, shouting and falling backward, fainting, while everyone was stunned by it. "Sabo!" they shouted. "Get him inside, run some tests on him, and let him rest," a fishman said, touching the neck of the fainted Sabo, seeing that he was all right. Everyone watched Sabo being carried away, stunned, not understanding what was happening there, even wondering if Luffy had done something to him through the transmission. And back to the war, silence still dominated the entire HQ, until suddenly something exploded in the middle of Marineford City with debris flying, as someone soared high into the sky at high speed. "You inferior being, how dare you kill one of us?" The shout broke the silence of the place as whoever it was dressed like an astronaut began to unleash slashes with a sword drawn from the waist. The slash generated a type of energy that had a strange sound as it flew towards the Black Pearl. However, someone quickly responded on the deck of the ship, releasing slashes with icy energy, with Quina drawing her sword, swinging, and clashing them together in the middle of the bay's space, exploding into ice and that strange energy as soon as the two slashes met. "Look what we have here, Holy Knights. It seems the elders really want to finish us off," Luffy spoke calmly, still maintaining the broadcast, making people all over the world wonder what he was talking about, as no one knew this group, being a secret force of the world government. "You will die here, you inferior being. You dare spill the blood of a Tenryubito. Sacred blood, the worst crime in this world, against the descendants of its creators." The person exclaimed as everyone looked on in shock. After all, there was a Tenryubito flying in the sky above the bay, launching direct attacks on the Straw Hats. More strikes with this strange power continued flying toward the ship, and Quina kept attacking as well, with explosions happening there amidst the war that had paused on the part of both the Navy and pirates. Apart from the Navy's top brass, who knew of the force that the world government had placed there, everyone else was still wondering what that person was doing there. The battle between swords continued for a while, just the sound of them being cancelled out, until one was cancelling out the other. However, things did not remain quiet for long, as a new sound came from the broken glacier, while a new ship appeared, being a Navy warship. "There," the sailors pointed, seeing who was there. After all, it was a whole group of prisoners from Impel Down, from the 1st, 2nd, and 4th levels of the prison, while there was a commander of the Revolutionary Army, a Shichibukai, and another former Shichibukai. "They are prisoners! They really came here," the sailors exclaimed, seeing the large number of them approaching. Luffy nodded, satisfied that they were coming, while something caught his attention at this moment, with his grandfather standing up next to Ace, and he stared intently from Luffy to the middle of his ship. "Lucy!" he exclaimed, with his voice sounding across all of Marineford, as Lucy, still dressed in a Navy uniform, approached the side of the ship. "Grandpa," she murmured. "Lucy, get off that ship now, I beg you. Your brother has done something that is impossible to redeem. He will be hunted by the entire force of the world government. I don't want you to get involved in this too. You are a strong sailor, the way I raised you. Don't mess it up, Lucy. Luffy and Ace chose this path, being enemies of justice. Don't do it too." Garp practically begged out loud, since he did not want the only one of his grandchildren following the path he chose to ruin her life. Lucy clenched her fist. She was a silly, easygoing girl, but in moments like this, she entered an internal conflict and looked seriously, while she closed her eyes and then opened them with a determined look. "Sorry, Grandpa," she said, as tears streamed down her eyes. "I can't go back. I've chosen this side, and I will be with Luffy to save Ace," she exclaimed, still in tears, but determined to do what she was saying. Garp was lost with that, groundless, while many sailors around, hearing this too, and who knew the girl, believing she could be someone like Garp in the future for the Navy. Now they were frustrated. After all, she was declaring that she was an enemy of justice in this war. "Even if I am a criminal to you, even if I am a pirate, I will act with my justice and also will not let anyone from my family die," she spoke with determination. She always wanted to capture Luffy, but that didn't mean she wanted to kill him. Quite the opposite. She always intended to protect him. "You know, it's kind of ironic, Grandpa, you wanting her to continue in the Navy after what happened at Eni's lobby, when Admiral Akainu tried to kill her to get to me. And where is that coward, after all?" "I plan to end his life today," Luffy declared. He was much stronger than he was at Eni's lobby, due to the constant intense battle he had from there to here, and 2 admirals might not be a problem for him anymore. However, the coward had not yet appeared, even striking from a distance. He sighed and then tossed the Den Mushi behind him, while Beppo caught it surprised. "Quina, set this holy night aside for now, and let's get started," he said with determination, taking the first step, jumping from the deck. They were going to take action. Chapter 314, War 8 Third-Person POV, Marineford, first half of Grand Line. The Navy warship continued sailing. "So this is war." Buggy approached the edge of the ship, dazed, looking over the battlefield. Now silent due to Luffy's actions, but there were bodies everywhere with blood and destruction. It was a terrifying scene for a man like him, wanting to be anywhere but there, even almost wishing to be back in his cell at Impeldown. "Is this where the war between the world's strongest man and the Navy is happening?" commented one of the prisoners, analyzing the battlefield next to Buggy. "This is the field where Boss Buggy will fight Whitebeard." Other prisoners began to exclaim again, and when Buggy frowned, with a crust coming out of his nose, he thought of who had put him in this situation, which was Luffy, and he wanted to deny it with everything. "But He even tried to clarify this, but the prisoners wouldn't even let him speak, while they shouted and sang, saying something like they were waiting to witness the strength of Boss Buggy, and he would show that he would be the world's strongest man to his followers. "Whitebeard won't stand a chance against Boss Buggy. Let's see him rise. He was on the ship of the Pirate King." While the prisoners continued shouting, Jinbei continued at the helm of the ship, steering it behind Black Pearl at a distance. Ivankov was analyzing the situation with his Okama group, while Crocodile, with his arms crossed next to Mr. One, his eyes fell on the man who looked stunned at the black ship in front of him. He had targeted Whitebeard in this fight since his last humiliation, many years ago. "Boss Buggy, Straw Hat killed a Tenryubito." A man also dressed as a prisoner shouted as soon as he knew of the situation happening on the ship in front of them. "What?" Buggy exclaimed. "Is that true?" Ivankov was equally surprised. Jinbei grimaced while Crocodile frowned. As they approached and were getting more informed about what was happening, they became increasingly surprised. Meanwhile, Marineford paid attention to the movement, while Luffy jumped from the bow and landed quietly on the solid ground of the frozen bay, his feet touching the ice with a silent thud. But everyone heard it because they were paying so much attention to Luffy. He took a few steps forward, while the headless body of the Tenryubito stayed behind, with him heading towards the front of the ship. The closest Marines and pirates took a few steps back, cautious of this pirate. He continued walking, while Admirals Kuzan and Kizaru looked at Luffy from their positions. Whitebeard remained in the same place, watching everything from the bow of the Moby Dick, the Tenryubito woman who attacked before, still hovering in the sky facing him. More people emerged from Black Pearl as they descended through the air, landing 3 on Luffy's left and 3 on his right. Luffy was surrounded by Yamato, Zoro, and Kuina on his right, and Shirahoshi, Reiju, and Lamy on his left, with no one understanding what they were planning, while the rest of his crew filled the bow of the ship, watching everyone in Marineford. "What is he planning?" Kong was wondering what they were doing, but as soon as his haki passed the vision of the future, he didn't think twice before destroying the rest of the roof. As it collapsed, he soared into the air. Sengoku, who was still staring at Straw Hat, noticed Kong flying into the sky, immediately shouting, "Stop them and protect all the Marines." Kong exclaimed, but it was already too late. Suddenly, from the pirate standing in the center, while crossing his arms and looking towards the platform with a smile, an overwhelming wave of Conqueror's haki burst from the core of Luffy, emanating an energy so intense that it swept everything like a force of nature, generating yellow lightning. It spread in all directions like an electrical storm, vibrating in the air and making the environment shake. Every pirate, marine, and spectator felt the dominating pressure of that power, the will of the king that dwells in that man. "The Conqueror's haki!" some marines exclaimed, as they immediately fell. Luffy did not target the pirates, focusing only on the Navy's strength, with those closest to them falling under the greatest pressure, while others remained conscious but dropped to their knees, unable to continue fighting against that force. However, this was just the beginning of the storm, while everyone was still stunned by Luffy's haki. On the left, Yamato, Zoro, and Kuina simultaneously released their powerful Conqueror's hakis, creating more shockwaves that shook the battlefield. On the right, Shirahoshi, Lamy, and Reiju also awakened their hakis, sending pulses that distorted the local air. The 7 haki users seemed to unite at that moment, like unquestionable comrades, as each trusted their lives to the others and built an unbreakable bond throughout their journey since leaving the East Blue. At that moment, all of Marineford trembled, as the haki of 7 people covered the entire place with winds and lightning. Even those who didn't have a clear view of what was happening at the center of the bay were caught by the wind coming from that direction. "What is this?" A captain from Whitebeard's fleet covered his face while trying to understand whose pressure this was. "Conqueror's haki," another spoke. "This is multiple Conqueror's hakis. But what synchrony is this? I've never seen anyone connect Conqueror's haki with another. This should be impossible," another captain exclaimed. "After all, what kind of king would align with another?" "This," Marco commented, watching those 7 people aligning and spinning the hull over the battlefield while more and more Marines fell. "They have the same haki as Dad. How is this possible?" Jozu murmured as many division commanders frowned. Whitebeard stood still while his cape was thrown back, looking at it with wide eyes. Even for the world's strongest man, this was frightening. After all, not even his old crew had so many users of this haki. "I, the captain, the vice-captain, Shiki, Kaido, and Big Mom, we were the crew that dominated the seas, proclaimed as the strongest in history. Now, a crew with even more users than us." This was his thought, one of the few things that could shake the world's strongest man. This, Garp was as surprised and stunned as Whitebeard on the execution platform. Ace was once again speechless. "This is not possible," Sengoku murmured. After all, even though he expected some users of the Conqueror's haki, 7 of them was not a number that came to mind. Quite the contrary, he only expected this from Luffy, who had already shown his haki, and even Yamato, being the daughter of Kaido, and already with reports of her using this power. But a crew with 7 users. This is dangerous. How could we have let a group like this develop at sea to this point? Sengoku murmured. If he had foreseen this day months ago, he would have sent all the forces of the Navy to the East Blue as a total attack. But now, he could only see the result of perhaps the worst crew that had emerged in the sea in the history of this world. 7 of them, and 6 users of the Conqueror's haki under that captain. An older vice-admiral exclaimed, his voice choked by disbelief and his eyes wide. Beside him, another vice-admiral remained motionless, gaze fixed on the horizon, hands trembling, recalling the dark days when rocks dominated the seas and instilled terror everywhere he went. "Another crew as terrible as them has emerged. This one is worse." "What is this?" "I'm losing consciousness," a dazed sailor shouted. "I'm about to faint," another spoke. "What is this wind?" Buggy yelled from the Navy warship while trying to shield himself from that pressure, as the prisoners were equally dazed, not knowing what was happening on the ship in front of them. Others had seen it on the 6th level and impelled down, so they were less surprised than the rest. But those who were unfamiliar, even being at the top of power in this war, were shocked to their souls by this. Has this crew become so powerful in such a short time? Mihawk murmured, still remembering the fight against 3 of them. They were just kids entering the sea in the East Blue, now effecting an entire war while fearing no consequences, and even declaring war against the world government in the most aggressive way someone could. Is this the power of Luffy's crew? Boa Hancock was also surprised by this. She touched her belly at that moment. "Look at your father. See how strong he is and shocks the world. You will be as strong as him," she commented with a loving tone. Kong frowned, as more Holy Knights and CP0 members followed him in the air while watching all of Marineford being affected by the haki. As the battlefield trembled under the power of the 7, the pressure began to crack and shake the place. The glaciers started to create numerous cracks, while the frozen tsunami began to plummet from that height. This Conqueror's haki had only one command: bring down the Navy, and across all Marineford, the effect was devastating. Initially, the Marines who were closest fell like leaves in the wind, unable to withstand the overwhelming power. Then, the wave reached those further away, who tried in vain to brace themselves. One by one they gave in, some struggling to maintain consciousness, others collapsing instantly onto the cold, hard ground. "I can't breathe," a young recruit screamed as he knelt, his face contorted in despair. Beside him, a more experienced officer fell silently, overcome by the overwhelming force. Within minutes, more than 20,000 Marines were on the ground, incapacitated by the unbearable pressure of the haki from those 7 users. On platforms and observation towers, high-ranking officers watched, horrified. Commanders and captains, veterans of countless battles, felt a mix of fear and respect, realizing what was happening while the proud elite force that the Navy could muster here today fell before these new players in the war. "What kind of monsters are these?" a giant rear admiral murmured, clenching his trembling hands. "Our force has fallen. The war is no longer in our favor. We're screwed at least." Garp commented with a grim look. Luffy just changed the entire balance of the war along with his comrades. So they still hid this at Eni's lobby? A vice admiral who had fought against the group commented with evident fear in his voice. "Is it the end? Have we lost this war?" Another officer whispered, looking at the chaos below, in the frozen bay and within the square. The hockey finally stopped emanating as the entire place returned to normal again, with the battlefield falling into silence once more, a common occurrence since Luffy appeared in this war. Everyone could see numerous bodies lying unconscious on the ground all over the place, from the middle of the square behind the walls to the cannon cabins shooting at the pirates, or even in the middle of the front line. Helmeppo fell to his knees, while Kobe was trembling with it. This was the Luffy he knew, the one who took him to Shelltown. "We knocked down a bunch of them, Luffy-sama!" Shirahoshi exclaimed excitedly. "So this is the Navy's elite. There's still a bunch of them left," Zoro commented, as no one else made a comment. "We knocked down a fifth of the entire Navy, which is a good result considering they are the elite of the elite, except for a few who must be protecting the New World in the absence of a Yonko," Luffy commented. His gaze went upwards, where there was a group of people using Geppo, sent by the world government. "Take care of them for now. Don't let anyone recover the Tenryubitos. We'll use them to keep Ace alive." Luffy gave the order. "What do you plan?" Lamy asked as Luffy began to walk, not towards the execution platform. He headed to the opposite side from there, while a man in the distance looked at him with narrowed eyes, and Luffy smiled, pulling Ace from his sheath. "It's time for me to see why this man is proclaimed as the strongest pirate in the world," he commented, maintaining his battle-excited smile as he finished pulling out the ancient sword of Gold D, Roger, and prepared to use it against Whitebeard. Chapter 315, War, Third Person POV. Marineford, First Half of Grand Line. Luffy continued walking towards Whitebeard, drawing closer with each step. His boots touched the ice, attracting many puzzled glances at him, since he was moving forward with a slight smile spreading across his face, his eyes fixed on Whitebeard as if challenging him. "Hey, what is he planning?" A sailor commented in confusion, watching as Luffy passed by various other Navy members who were lying on the ground, unconscious from the Straw Hat's hockey explosion. "He's heading for Pops." The pirates soon realized this and began to gather, forming a line between Luffy and Moby Dick, raising their swords and pointing guns at the Straw Hat, who continued walking without hesitation. "Hey, Straw Hat! If you want to reach our father, you'll have to get through all of us. Don't get cocky, rookie. You'll need 100 years to face our father." The pirates continued to shout at Luffy, who seemed unfazed and kept smashing his mouth against the ice with each step. "Hey, Marco, why is he advancing against Pops? Isn't he here to save Ace?" Vista murmured, narrowing her eyes. Marco looked at Luffy, puzzled. "I don't know why he's doing this," Marco murmured as he saw that Luffy was about to do something. This rookie had always been enigmatic to them. No one could predict what his actions would be. After all, he had hit Jinbei before capturing him, took Ace and sent a photo to Pops as his prisoners while they were in Alabasta. He could do anything with that history. After all, he acted recklessly. Luffy stopped in front of Whitebeard's lower-ranked pirates and stared directly at the man who was also looking at him. "Right now, I am in front of the strongest man in the world. This is a good opportunity to see his strength." Luffy couldn't help but murmur now, with his sword fully drawn. His words reached the ears of everyone nearby, leaving the whole place stunned, both pirates and sailors. "Hey, Boss Buggy, the Straw Hat is challenging Whitebeard before you." The prisoners quickly tried to alert Buggy. "How dare he?" another prisoner shouted. "He wants to steal Boss Buggy's glory. We must stop him. No, it should be Boss Buggy who stops him." They continued to exclaim while others looked on as if they were a bunch of idiots. Buggy, who was looking scared and lost, soon had an idea, coughed, and made a face as if he already knew what was going on. "Don't worry, loyal followers. I let him go ahead of me. After all, I couldn't give a chance to the Straw Hat if I fought against Whitebeard first." He spoke, crossing his arms and closing his eyes, while the people around him opened starry eyes, as if Buggy were some kind of divine being. "Yes, Captain Buggy, you are certainly giving a chance to a Monkey D. Luffy. As expected of Captain Buggy, your reputation knows no bounds." The crowd soon began to cheer for Buggy, letting Luffy fight Whitebeard first, since our boss will beat them afterward. The ship soon started a shouting match in the middle of the battlefield of the bay, while they clamored for their boss Buggy, but already the same turned his back on his followers while making a grimace, hidden from everyone with a dark face. "Don't lose, damn Straw Hat. Don't lose, so I have to fight that guy just because of these fanatical and crazy followers," Buggy exclaimed internally while crying. "He's going before me?" Crocodile had a different take from Buggy as he murmured. The Straw Hat looked like he was going to attack Whitebeard. The war had still not resumed. No one else had acted while Luffy faced Whitebeard after saying those words. The environment fell silent, but there was a tense atmosphere, as Luffy had a gleam of challenge in his eyes, and Luffy liked to see the same in Whitebeard. The next moment, the ground below him exploded, sending shards of ice everywhere, and the pirates couldn't react as he sped past them, advancing towards Moby Dick. "Let's see the power of the title you hold, Whitebeard," Luffy said as he used armament haki and accumulated 3 Akuma no Mi in his sword. "The kid is fast." Whitebeard was not far behind. He quickly spun his weapon and launched forward. The next moment, an explosion occurred between the two blades, blasting the entire area as Whitebeard used the power of the Gura Gura no Mi, and Luffy kept his sword charged with flames and electricity, having increased his speed with the Moa Moa no Mi to generate more impact. The force of the two strikes immediately threw all the weaker pirates and sailors nearby backward. Luffy held firm as long as he could. "This is your power," he commented, smiling. "You are skilled, kid," Whitebeard spoke. "But it's still too early for you to defeat me," he continued, with Luffy beginning to notice something. "He's using the King's Haki coding," Luffy murmured before beginning to give way to the clash. Even having the Moa Moa no Mi that multiplies his strength, fighting against the King's Haki and the Gura Gura no Mi was still a problem for him. He found himself losing as his body immediately flew backwards, colliding with the ice ground, breaking everything and digging the ground for 50 meters. The war was increasingly tense for those witnessing it, with Luffy arriving to declare that he would save Ace, and the next moment advancing against Whitebeard. At the end of the trench created with Luffy's body, the entire place went into tremendous chaos, and soon a flame exploded from that tip. Luffy reappeared flying into the sky with 2 huge black wings as he had entered his hybrid phase. "I have to take this more seriously," Luffy murmured. After all, he was still not satisfied with the first clash. "Hey, what are you trying to do? You should save yourself and not fight Pops," one of the commanders immediately shouted. But Luffy did not care to respond and disappeared again, heading towards Moby Dick. "Why is he doing this in the middle of a war?" Kuina murmured, dissatisfied when he saw Luffy disappear again. "Go Luffy-sama!" Shirahoshi shouted, cheering for Luffy while she seemed thoughtful the next moment. "But this is the man who protects Fishman Island. He is a good person. Why is Luffy-sama fighting against him?" she murmured, scratching her chin. "Luffy is just testing his strength. It's the same thing that happened in the East Blue, and when I fought Mihawk at that time, Luffy is doing the same," Zoro commented seriously. From the deck of the Black Pearl ship, Chochu barked, watching the fight while others drew near. "Luffy really is relentless. He didn't waste time confronting Whitebeard fearlessly," Usopp murmured as the rest of the crew watched once more an impact happen on the ship of the strongest man in the world, as the two blades clashed, and the wind from this clash began to sweep through all of Marineford. "You may have his sword, but you are still not close to using his skills," Whitebeard said with a smile while holding firm against Ace's sword. "Hey, don't get cocky just because you can use the coding of King's Haki. Give me 6 months and I can be as skilled as you," Luffy murmured, but still holding the sword against that haki, and now, with Phase 2, his body became much stronger. This time, he didn't lose, as Whitebeard stepped back a few meters, both falling on the prow. "Haha, this is interesting. Let's keep this going," Luffy immediately spoke, advancing, and a fight between Whitebeard and Luffy had begun. Although most of Marineford did not watch that, confused. "Luffy and Pops," Ace murmured as he watched the fight unfold between them on the ship, causing multiple impacts on the ice ground beneath the ship, starting to be destroyed in various parts, even affecting the pirates and the fallen sailors, who had to flee from there screaming. "This is so like Luffy," Garp commented, looking at it sighing, and he turned back to Sengoku, wondering what he would do next. Sengoku, meanwhile, looked up, seeing the people flying there. "Kong, you may act as you wish. The Navy won't interfere in your judgment," he said in the end. Kong nodded, since he had total freedom, even without Sengoku's approval, but he had to obey the celestial dragons, as that was something above him. "Well, let's just finish those damn inferior beings and rescue the celestial dragons," one of the Holy Knights spoke. The group in the sky consisted of at least 3 masked members of CP0 and 5 members of the 20 Holy Knights, or 19 now after Luffy killed the last one. Of these 5 Holy Knights, 2 belonged to the 7 most powerful, while the other 5 stronger ones stayed in Marigioise, specifically to protect the Holy City from those meteors. "Remember, we also have to eliminate the user of the Fua Fua no Mi," Kong commented, and the Holy Knights shrugged and began to advance. "They're coming," Yamato spoke in front of Black Pearl, and again the man used that strange energy, attacking directly. "That attack reminds me a lot of Kizaru. What kind of fruit does he use?" Reiju commented. "Who knows?" Lami shrugged as she began to create the room. "Anyway, let's finish this," she said, and looked at that strange type of laser making a weird sound. With the attack entering her area and her moving her finger, she made the attack disappear and reappear in another space, advancing against the CP0 members in the air, who quickly tried to dodge, while one was caught by the explosion. "Even the attack is very similar to Kizaru's fruit," Lami commented, analyzing that explosive energy while ignoring the frustrated celestial dragon, as his attack was easily negated by the woman. "What that group, and Kong is with them," Whitebeard murmured as they continued exchanging blows with his power, breaking the space like glass. Luffy was holding up very well, while Luffy was wondering how that ship was handling the impact of the two fighting intensely. "You see, the world government sent a specialized team to kill me. What do you think of that, Whitebeard? Maybe I'm more important than I thought," Luffy commented as he exchanged blows with an arrogant tone. "Don't get cocky, kid, just because you're a bit stronger than most rookies," Whitebeard exclaimed as his weapon blade and Luffy's sword exploded again, making the whole place tremble. Meanwhile, the prisoner ship quickly stopped beside that of Black Pearl, and everyone there began to come out, like Buggy and his followers, Ivankov, Jimbei, Crocodile, Mr. One. "Pops!" Jimbei looked dazed at the fight Luffy was having with Whitebeard, while Buggy had a large snot coming out of his nose as he opened his mouth, scared by the fight. Incredible. Lucy looked stunned at Luffy fighting from that side. Robin arrived by her side, but not looking at Luffy, but at the sky. "It looks like they are coming," she commented while seeing the whole group of 9 people that the government sent, heading towards them. "Let's go," Yamato gave the order, and quickly she, Zoro, Kuina, Lami, and Reiju began to jump into the air, leaving Shirahoshi behind. Meanwhile, the main, Usopp, took courage and also advanced. As there were still 9 enemies against 5, they would need 4 more to help him. Chuchu also advanced, along with Inel and Hugo, both advancing towards the world government group, while the rest of the crew stayed there to protect the ship and the hostages, waiting for Luffy's order, who was still fighting against Whitebeard. Even both came out of the ship and began to fight in the middle of the glacier, with explosions happening all around. Chapter 316, War 10, Third-Person POV. Marineford, first half of Grand Line. Continue with the mission to destroy the pirates. Suddenly, Sengoku's voice exclaimed in the middle of the battlefield through the Den Den Mushi, causing the Marines to finally snap out of their daze after everything they had witnessed. "Yes! Let's destroy the Whitebeard pirates and the Straw Hats. Trust in the strength of the Marines. The Marines soon began to shout, as they resumed pointing their guns at the Whitebeard pirates, while explosions continued to occur behind them. "We can't let the Navy beat us. We must save Ace." The pirates quickly exclaimed too, returning to attack the Marines after all the confusion. "A large part of the Navy has fallen. This is our chance." They continued to gain morale, while the pirates remained cautious about it. After all, 20,000 of them were out of combat throughout Marineford. And the pirates gained a bit of morale, though they were somewhat confused by the situation happening between Luffy and their captain, fighting at a distance without warning while waiting for Luffy to attack the Navy to rescue Ace. Marineford shook entirely with the power of the two captains fighting each other. At that moment, even the fleet captains wondered what was happening there in the bay. Meanwhile, in the sky, both groups approached each other, as Yamato immediately swung his kanabo towards Kong's sacred staff, which had made Kaido's daughter his main target. A huge explosion occurred in the sky at that moment, creating a gale with the two weapons. On their side, Lami stepped on the air and raised her hand before creating her room in the middle of the space, while the man using that energy launched several bolts towards her. She quickly moved them again and threw them against the Navy in the bay, once more. Meanwhile, all the Marines tried to escape from the strikes and explosions. "Run! What is this? Ah!" They continued screaming, flying away from the attacks. "What fruit is this?" Lami could not help but mutter, looking at the explosions happening. "This is the plasma fruit, Alogia, you inferior being. And just let me kill her as punishment for all your sins against us, the gods of this world," the Tenryubito declared, immediately transforming his body into plasma and flying towards her at high speed. But she had an even more stolen power, the power to control all that space, starting the fight between them, while he just hit the air. In other fights, Hugo ended up choosing another of the most powerful holy knights, launching a fist of rocks at him, but the world noble looked at the stone emerging and just raised his hand and waited for the attack. He simply stopped the fist with his hand as it divided into several cubic pieces of equal size. This was the man who stopped the meteor when Beppo, who launched at Mary Geois. "Interesting," Hugo commented while maintaining a smile. He had a dangerous gleam in his eyes, wanting to kill that noble, while the latter had a mocking gleam. "This guy calls himself a god. Let's see if he really is worthy of that title. False god." NL also chose a Tenryubito from the 7 Holy Knights, launching lightning at him, while the latter used Soru to dodge. Reiju also took another Tenryubito, along with Kuina, picking another of the not-so-strong Tenryubito. Meanwhile, Usopp stayed with a CP0 member like Zoro, fighting against a masked man with a sword. All 18 began to have a fight in the sky, above the bay, as the Navy admirals returned to attack the commanders in Whitebeard's crew in the middle of the bay. Meanwhile, the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates stayed to keep the Tenryubitos in their custody and stop anyone who tried to face them, besides having to first get past the impel-down prisoners who quickly surrounded a ship not knowing what to do in the war, and ended up facing the Marines approaching the ship. "Hey, what's Luffy's plan?" Ivankov asked, looking towards the Black Pearl, while the Straw Hat members there made confused expressions. "We don't know. We have to wait for the captain's order, and he's still fighting. We just have to protect the Tenryubitos." Nami spoke. "What? Aren't we going to rescue Ace yet?" Lucy complained. "We have prisoners, so they won't just kill him, and as long as we have the Tenryubitos in our custody, they won't do anything," Alvida clarified as Lucy nodded. Meanwhile, the broadcast of the battles began to continue to emerge around the world. "Hey, what's going on there?" Someone in Sabati was still dazed by it all. They still couldn't fully digest what happened. The reporters were wondering if they were in a dream, while they hardly wrote in their notebooks. People felt the fear of what they had just seen. Luffy and his crew had arrived out of nowhere in the middle of the war and messed everything up. And now, besides showing powers that shocked the world along with his crew, the pirate simply advanced to the opposite side of the execution and now had a fight against Whitebeard in the middle of the glacier while the war was happening. How is this possible? "Didn't Monkey D. Luffy say he went to the New World a few days ago?" someone asked, That was just a smokescreen. Didn't you hear him call Ace brother? They are foster brothers. Another clarified. Hey, does anyone know why they are fighting? One of the citizens asked, while the others were confused, but nodded, also wanting to know. No one knows. They ended up saying, since they didn't understand Luffy's actions. The Straw Hat crew are also fighting against a strange force. Who are they? The reporters commented, lost. They could see the fight because Beppo was raising the Den Den Mushi to the sky at that moment, while the great forces of the government were clashing with the pirates. Could it be a secret government force? Someone immediately exclaimed. No one knew the Holy Knights, and this was bad for the government while they had to reveal this force in this war. And surprising the world once again with a force that could go against the most powerful members of the Straw Hats. So the government has some secrets. Yoroj commented while standing with his arms crossed, looking at the big screen. Hey man, start by telling me what are the possibilities of what can happen in this war, Beiji said to Basil with an urgent tone. No. The man in question simply started putting away the cards. Why are you doing that? Beiji asked, wanting to know what would happen. Well, I don't want to know what's going to happen there anymore. It won't interfere in the war, and I'd rather be surprised, so I wouldn't be predicting it. Basil spoke while the others seemed to agree with him. How bold! Rayleigh commented with a smile before returning to his drink. Mugiwara, now he's exchanging blows with the strongest man in the world, Kid murmured as usual. Luffy and Whitebeard began to emerge at the location, hitting each other, exploding the entire ice area, while the pirates still looked confused whether they should fight the Marines or help their pops. Marco, what should we do? Vista asked Marco. He was about to answer, but was interrupted by two voices emerging at that moment, echoing throughout the bay. Listen all Whitebeard pirates! Listen all Straw Hat pirates! Two voices emerged amid those explosions, while Luffy and Whitebeard continued the fight. Everyone in Marineford heard this and paid attention to both as new explosions with collisions occurred. Everyone support the Whitebeard pirates to save Ace! Everyone support the Straw Hat pirates to save Ace! The sound of the order echoed throughout the place. What seemed to be enemies fighting turned out to be an alliance, and a quite bizarre one at that, as a new explosion occurred while Luffy clashed with Ace using Whitebeard's Murakumo-giri. But unlike before, the Conqueror's haki was also emerging from Luffy, albeit becoming minuscule. You cheeky brat! You're using me to learn how to use the Conqueror's coding. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow while speaking in an arrogant tone, but the next moment he opened a smile for Luffy. Ha ha! You could say exactly that, thanks for the lesson, but we are just starting. After all, I will need this skill to reach Ace, so you don't mind me learning it a bit from you here, do you, Whitebeard? Luffy smiled back arrogantly, while he was indeed learning to use the power of the Conqueror's haki, which only the world's greatest forces could wield. If people knew what was happening there, they would bang their heads against anything in sight. After all, Luffy had the idea of learning a new skill in the middle of a war. He still had the Book of Haki, which cost 5 billion, but only had theoretical knowledge, and saw in Whitebeard an opportunity to start mastering this skill. You remind me a lot of Ace, but it's fine. Come on, you brat! Whitebeard exclaimed and spun his Murakumo-giri before clashing against Ace, generating a clash of blades along with his Devil Fruit power, while Luffy had swapped his speed-based Momo Momo no Mi for learning, being a good opportunity to learn. Although his strength dropped a lot, he still faced the strongest man in the world. Marco, Jozu murmured. You heard the poops? Let's help the Straw Hats! Marco exclaimed. Yes, let's rescue Ace! The pirates began to exclaim. It seems we've formed an alliance in quite a unique way. Nojiko commented as the pirates began to face the Marines head-on, with both sides exchanging blows. Fu. Then let's help them. Robin commented, while beginning to create hands with her powers. This is quite complicated. Sengoku commented, looking at the situation turning unfavorable for the side of the Marines. Despite the world government sending troops, they couldn't get past the pirates in the sky, as they clashed against each other, but still, the Straw Hats were holding that force. This war will be much longer than anticipated, and you will not be able to execute your plan with the Tenryubitos being held hostage. Garp commented next to him in a somber tone. You heard Luffy. It's time for us to act. Let's rescue Luffy's brother. Nami exclaimed as she began to take action. Luffy said that we don't need to hold back, so let's go all out. Nami continued to speak, and her eyes turned yellow. She was about to unleash her maximum power. Chapter 317, War 11, Third-Person POV, Marineford First Half of Grand Line. The war had already returned to its previous state of normalcy, with only more battles occurring. With a fight taking place next to Moby Dick, the Straw Hats were getting ready to join in as well. This was reflected by Nami going to the bow of the ship, staring directly at the battlefield with a gleam in her eye. After all, her captain had ordered them to assist Whitebeard's pirates. Then she would be the first to go to war with full force. Afterward, the members would fight against the government's power. In the next moment, veins began to appear around her body, and her eyes intensified into a yellow light. A green glow emerged, while wings began to sprout from her back before she flexed them and shot into the sky, no longer showing the semblance of fear she had before. Look! A member of the Straw Hat Pirates is coming this way. The Marines quickly pointed at the figure emerging from the ship as it flew up near where the battle was happening, and they immediately aimed their guns at Nami. Nami quickly dodged all the bullets easily while her wings flapped. Some Marines, still awake from the hockey earlier, in the cannon cabins, began aiming at her too. She saw the huge cannonballs firing at her and placed her hand in front while giant claws appeared and caught the cannonballs easily before she returned them with a gust, throwing them back to their origins and creating further explosions. She continued rising until she found a good spot in the middle of the bay while everyone paid attention to her. Since she had no opponent, anyone there could be a target. Even Smoker shot into the sky going after her. "Go, Commodore Smoker!" the Marines exclaimed, while Nami just raised a hand, and a tornado emerged from it, heading towards Smoker, blowing him back without the ability to react. After all, he was smoke and was easily carried away by Nami's wind. "This is a good spot," she murmured, and right after that, her wings enveloped her in front of her body, while she started to glow green in the middle of the field, then began to generate an event around her as she was covered by it. In the next moment, an explosion of light occurred, dimming the sun for a moment, while Nami transformed into her complete bestial form, over 50 meters tall, as she fell straight to the ice-covered ground and broke it with her weight. "What is that?" the Marines murmured, trembling and looking stunned with a tremor of the ice around the place, as Nami looked at her enemies with a Garuda smile. "So this is her bestial form? It's immense, as big as Ifrit from her captain," a vice-admiral exclaimed. Nami was bigger than the giant rear admirals, as large as oars. "This is huge. Does this mean everyone who has mythical zone fruits will transform into these things? What the hell is this crew?" Murmurs began to arise in the middle of the battlefield. The pirates were as surprised as the Marines, looking up and seeing that type of harpy with 4 wings, standing out in the battlefield. "That thing isn't our enemy, is it?" the pirates asked cautiously. "Hey, did you hear, Pops? They told us to help the Straw Hats. They are our allies," the pirates murmured among themselves, gaining morale with the power and size of that ally in the middle of the battlefield. "Stop that beast immediately," Sengoku shouted from the platform while Kuzan, who was fighting Jozu, quickly left the Diamond Soldier as he tried to hit him with haki and his power and went towards the Garuda after transforming into ice. "Shit," Jozu murmured as he saw the Admiral advancing against the beast. Kuzan continued to approach Nami, but at that moment, a burst of pressure filled the air, going in his direction, and the whole area exploded in the next moment, leaving him in a pile of broken ice, both the Admiral and the ground. "What was that?" the Marines exclaimed. "Admiral Kuzan," others spoke with concern. Moments later, Kuzan reappeared with the ice forming into the shape of the Admiral, standing up and looking at the ship with an eyebrow raised. Robin was on the edge of the ship, striking her battle pose with several fingers pointed in the shape of a gun emerging all over that side of the Black Pearl, using multiple she-guns. Hey, this is dangerous," he commented before an entire barrage of new retaliations exploded from all the fingers Robin created and flew like a machine gun. The area again exploded with force, and even the Marines tried to protect themselves after seeing that power, running away in fear. Bomb! The explosion raised a smoke of ice shards, and Kuzan reappeared again with the shattered ice wall while protecting all the Marines behind him. It seems it would not be so easy for him to reach this crew. He couldn't help but murmur. Near him, suddenly the ice broke with a Garuda footprint, and she raised her hands, with a huge hurricane forming above her head being controlled by her claws. What does she plan to do? An officer shouted. Hey, hey! Run! The Marines screamed as they started to flee, but it was already too late, as Garuda threw that immense tornado in the middle of Marineford, while it gained strength and quickly caught the Marines, exploding all the ground. As the Marines were caught by the hurricane, they quickly began to fly upwards. Help me! Help! They screamed as they were sucked by the hurricane and flew high up, unable to react, trying to swim in the air as they fell hundreds of meters. This is getting tough, so this is the power of one of their mythical Zoans. Sengoku clenched his teeth while frowning. Go Nami! Beat them! The governor of Kokoyashi Kingdom yelled in Logatown Square for Nami. Governor, we can't openly root for her. There are Marines here. One of the former residents of Kokoyashi village tried to calm the man. Who cares? Look, she's our queen, he exclaimed, still enthusiastic about Nami. The giant rear admirals also tried to stop her, advancing against Nami in her bestial form. But Nami quickly grabbed the enemy's blade with her claws while punching the face of that giant, making him immediately fall backward and explode on the ground. Another giant who jumped on Nami simply created a hurricane on the ground, making the man take off into the sky, falling back behind the bay. Hey, hey! Someone stop this monster, the officers exclaimed, looking for the vice admirals and admiral. Nami felt her leg being frozen at that moment. While Kuzan reappeared on the glacier, trying to attack her again, Nami made a strange bird sound mocking this, while her wings raised backward. In the next moment she exploded flying into the sky, with the ice not being able to hold her and shattering as she began to throw claws and wind where Kuzan was, who quickly turned into a pile of ice and reappeared at a distance. A glow also emerged from the sky while Reiju shone in flames, and everyone saw a second phoenix in the middle of the battlefield, one much larger than Marco and with red flames, emerging while she was fighting against that Tenryubito, who had the power at least, between a vice-admiral and an admiral. The other Zoans also emerged while Quina transformed into a 5-meter-tall woman wearing angelic clothing while her hair was now white. She immediately began to create giant ice shards, advancing against another of the Tenryubito who began to try to cut her with attacks. The same could be said of Usopp, who transformed into his dragon, Bahamut, as he opened his wings and roared through the battlefield with many Marines covering their ears. Lights began to accumulate beneath his wings, and in the next moment he began to shoot them forward, while the CP0 member he was fighting couldn't even react despite all his training, as the attacks at the speed of light caught him and continued descending onto the battlefield. It's coming this way, the Marines exclaimed as a wave of destruction started in the area, destroying everything in sight and the Marines trying to escape from those attacks. Boom, 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 boom. Kizaru, who was fighting against Marco again, transformed into light and reappeared in the midst of the attacks, starting to shoot light against those attacks. The blue light and the yellow light soon began to clash, as Kizaru avoided greater damage from those destructive attacks. Mr. Z? Another CP0 member exclaimed as a shadow emerged behind him, and as he saw, a huge knight mounted on a giant horse was there floating in the sky. What is this? He murmured and saw Odin raise his sword before moving it downwards. A slash was launched as the CP0 member was cut in two, and Odin's slash continued running towards the bay, hitting the ice and continuing to cut towards the beach. That was what broke the ice earlier. They screamed at the slash with red and black energy advancing through the bay, targeting the square. The admirals are busy. Who can stop this thing? The Marines, already low on morale, exclaimed, losing even more of it. The slash reached until a moment later, a green energy exploded from the front of the green energy, everyone saw one energy hitting against the other, until both canceled out in the middle of the battlefield. "What? It's Mihawk!" the people exclaimed as Mihawk appeared in the midst of that chaos with his sword forward. "Roronoa Zoro," Mihawk commented, looking at that giant knight in the sky who killed the CP0 member. His eyes shone in challenge, while a red glow also emerged from the giant knight behind his helmet. In the next moment, Zoro charged while riding towards the middle of the bay. "He's coming." As soon as he got close to the ice, he transformed into a dark light and shot like a meteor towards the ground, breaking it in the next moment like a small object. After all, Zoro returned to his normal form. "Sorry for the delay, but I've finished with my opponent. It's time for us to fight." Zoro emerged from the shattered ice while looking at Mihawk with a smile. "You came earlier than I imagined, Roronoa Zoro," Mihawk commented as everyone stepped back with the two swordsmen looking at each other. "Are they going to fight?" People screamed, surprised by this. The greatest swordsman in the world against the greatest swordsman among the rookies. Who will win? The Marines and pirates exclaimed, "Tsk!" "It seems that the swordsman from Ace's brother's crew arrived before me," Vista commented while facing 5 Navy officers. Kuina, in her Shiva form, looked for a moment at the battle about to begin in the middle of the square. Suddenly, another explosive sound occurred, as everyone was startled by the earthquake in the bay, until their eyes returned to the one who did it, leaving everyone with wide eyes. That thing was bigger than the Tower of Justice, 100 meters tall, with a terrifying face. Hugo transformed into the Titan, while still using Jeppo in the air. Almost all the pirates with mythical icon beasts, excluding Shirahoshi and Luffy, had transformed and filled Marineford with colossal forms, making the battlefield tight for all those beasts, bringing admiration and fear both from those in Marineford and from the world itself. But would the beasts from the Straw Hat crew limit themselves to just this? Chapter 3 and 18, War 12, Third-Person POV. Marineford, first half of Grand Line. The people in Sabaody saw several giant monsters filling the entire bay, making the place seem smaller. Almost all the cameras in Marineford were turned off at that moment, while only one Den Mushi was still functioning, with Beppo showing all those scenes to everyone on one of the big screens. This is the power of the Straw Hat crew, so many powerful devil fruits. No wonder Morgans called them a Yonku crew. Look at this. Monkey D. Luffy is still fighting Whitebeard. Someone pointed to the fight scene next to Moby Dick. How is this possible? He's just a rookie who has never been to the New World. Film everything. Let's record all the scenes. The people continued watching with admiration the icons as they fought and even defeated their opponents with each of their elements. Elsewhere nearby, an important meeting was taking place among a group of men dressed in suits. "Yes, sir." Some local government employees quickly responded to the call from their superiors and turned off their communicator at that moment. "You heard! We must shut down the transmission?" exclaimed the agent dressed in a suit. "Let's go." They quickly ran to the screen. "Hey, what are you doing?" a reporter shouted angrily, seeing those men starting to climb up the screen to turn it off. "Government order. No one in this world has the right to see a Tenryubito in that state," the man shouted as he continued climbing to go down. "Hey, someone stop them! The war is not over yet. What gives you the right to turn off the video? We are still watching. The Navy's propaganda was all a lie. I'm going to publish this in the newspaper. Are you hearing me?" The dissatisfied voices continued shouting and exclaiming in protest, while the men got closer and closer to the communicator. Meanwhile, a man who was also engrossed in watching the war looked dissatisfied from atop his tree as he released a wave of haki, making the Navy agents faint the next moment without knowing what happened. He looked surprised as the bodies fell to the ground unconscious. "Well, who cares about them? Let's continue watching the broadcast." "Yes!" People ignored the fallen bodies while watching the colossal battles happening in Marineford with the transformation of various icons. Kuina. In Logatown, Shimotsuki Kushiro saw his daughter transformed into Shiva, surprised at the power of her devil fruit. She was fighting another Tenryubito, so he was torn between pride and fear for his daughter's safety. "Kuina is incredible." Look at her powers, one of the dojo students commented admiringly on the screen. But look on the other side. Another student trembled, pointing to Odin's energy defeating a CP0 agent and descending to the ground. Zoro will face the world's greatest swordsman, another exclaimed. He really will face him. If he wins, won't he be the greatest swordsman in the world? The students continued to exclaim. Maybe. Koshiro intervened in the conversation. But as much as Zoro is very powerful now, it is still too early for that, he commented. Incredible. Look, it's Nami in that transformation. Elsewhere in the square, the people from Kokoyashi village pointed at Nami. Incredible. She can now control that power, another murmured. Nami is so huge. Go Nami, beat them. Where's Nojiko? Is she safe? The governor continued shouting as he watched the scene on the screen. Stop it, governor. The Navy might hear you and we'll be in trouble. The governor's secretary spoke. Incredible, this is Usopp's new power? He is also giant and powerful. Kaya commented, looking at Usopp transformed into Bahamut, also defeating a member of CP0. Unbelievable, Queen Kaya, Mary murmured beside her. Reiju can transform into that strange bird, a cook shouted, surprised, with Reiju fighting a Tenryubito in the sky. That's a phoenix, like Marco. Zeph spoke while his arms were crossed and he analyzed the situation. In Goa Kingdom, people continued looking at the scene through the image of the only screen in the square. Incredible. I hope Luffy and his friends are okay. Makino commented. That kid, he continues fighting against Whitebeard. It seems like a senseless fight. Whoopslap commented discontentedly. Luffy, stop fighting that old man and go save Ace. Deiden continued to shout anxiously beside him. The entire world was shocked by this change in the war, and in Mary Geoise the reaction was no different. So these are their transformations. Why have we never seen these devil fruits before, even from the world government? Where did they come from? One of the elders exclaimed with anger and frustration. All of them are mythical beasts. It means they have been escaping us all this time. Saint Shepherd Jupiter commented. Mythical zone-type devil fruits have a will of their own. It means they have been avoiding us all this time. Saint Topman Warcury explained. Devil fruits that have never had a user in the history of this world and suddenly choose a single crew to have all their users. Saint J. Garcia Saturn said, This is no longer a simple crew. They are on the level of a Yonko. Even if their captain isn't at this strength, he is beyond the commanders of the Yonkus and he has members who possess the same power. They continued discussing among themselves. Their captain is acting strangely. Why is Monkey D. Luffy fighting Whitebeard instead of advancing towards the square or asking for Ace in exchange for the Tenryubito's gourds? St. J. Garcia Saturn spoke. That damn, he killed a Tenryubito, we must destroy him. St. Marcus Mars slammed the table. You know that's not something easy. We are losing our troops and Kong and the Holy Knights are being held back by members of that crew. St. Topman Warcury spoke angrily. This is bad. They are stronger than they showed in Eni's lobby, so they were holding back? St. Shepherd Jupiter said, frustrated, clenching his teeth. Yes, but we also discovered something interesting. St. Ethan Baron Vnusjuro spoke, looking at the screen with curiosity before continuing. The user of the Fua Fua no Mi is that bear, so we already know one of the main targets. He is a priority beyond anyone from that crew, even more than Whitebeard and Ace. We cannot let them live, he said with a dark tone. Even if they have Tenryubitos under their custody? St. Marcus Mars asked, wanting to know the opinion of the other elders. Yes. We must destroy him at all costs, even if we have to sacrifice those world nobles. They will be avenged as soon as we end the threat that haunts the Holy Land. We cannot even send more troops with the threat of meteors appearing in the sky and coming here. And I fear there will be much more than one at the same time. Can we handle this without interrupting Imsama's sleep? Saint Shepherd Jupiter explained, while the others nodded. Speaking of important targets on that ship, Garp's granddaughter chose the opposite side of the Navy. St. J. Garcia Saturn commented, The user of the Nika fruit. We could never get close to her because she was under the protection of Monkey D. Garp. And as she was never a threat to us, we did not interfere with her in the Navy. But she is also a threat if she releases the power of that fruit. Saint Ethanbarn Venusjuro commented. She is now an enemy of the Navy, and if she joins her brother, that means. Saint Topman Warcury said with an even darker tone. It means she will grow more than ever. She has already shown herself to be a genius with the 6 styles, and was even learning hockey already. All the members of her brother's crew increased their strength exponentially. What will make her have this same strange growth also if she comes out alive? Maybe she can release the Nika transformation. Then she is the second priority to eliminate in this war. St. Marcus Mars made clear, that monkey D. Luffy, what are all his secrets? How this threat became so powerful in just a few months? This is unprecedented. St. Topman Warcury said with a severe tone. His crew has 7 users with King's Haki. What does this mean? He commented. Not even the worst crew in the history of this world had such a number of hockey users. St. Marcus Mars completed. After all, many members of that crew after their destruction became Yonkos, or as powerful people as Shiki. We are at a disadvantage. This way we will lose. St. Ethanbarn v. Nusjuro. I will go there. Suddenly one of them spoke, leaving the others surprised. I will fight them. We cannot afford to lose this war. He spoke firmly. The others thought for a moment before nodding. A moment later, this elder exited through the window and disappeared into the air. Now let's talk to Sengoku. Another elder picked up the Den Mushi. Pero. In the midst of the war, as battles raged throughout the bay, with Whitebeard's pirates trying to advance, fights in the sky, and Luffy and Whitebeard making the entire place tremble, the sound of Sengoku's Den Mushi rang. He looked for a moment and saw who was calling at that time, unable to refuse this call, even in the middle of a war. Hello, elders, he commented. Sengoku, we are calling to give you some instructions. He began as Sengoku nodded, knowing this war was now out of his control. First, we want you to eliminate the bear named Beppo on the Straw Hat Crew's ship. We suspect he is the user of Shiki's fruit after seeing that Usopp use a fruit for the first time. He is a priority to eliminate in this war. Are you listening? The elder behind the line demanded. Yes. Sengoku spoke, nodding. After all, it was no surprise that the elders treated that member of the Straw Hat Crew with more priority than even Whitebeard and Ace. Sengoku could not go against this order. We also want you to eliminate the entire Straw Hat Crew, including Monkey D. Lucy, this is the order. You may use all your forces against them, and one of us is coming to the war, so don't worry. The voice was heard from another elder behind the Den Mushi, as Sengoku was alarmed by the presence of one of the elders coming here, since they always made it a point to hide from the world, yet one of them was coming here openly. Ace and Garp next to him looked with wide eyes at that order. They issued the order to kill Lucy, which caught them by surprise and even off guard. Another thing, there is no negotiation for the exchange of those Tenryubito hostages. If they die, you better avenge them. Understood? The order came with a tone leaving no room for negotiation. If they are going to sacrifice the Tenryubitos, at least destroy all their enemies. Yes, sir. I will use all our forces. Sengoku spoke while picking up another Den Mushi to speak on other channels. It was time for the Navy to go all out. Chapter 319, War 13, Third-Person POV Marineford, first half of Grand Line, in a hidden place in the New World. Chief Dragon! One of the revolutionary members shouted immediately as he approached Dragon. I heard. He spoke with a serious tone while the war was still being broadcast by Beppo in front of him. What's going to happen? Your son is being targeted by one of the legendary Gorosei after the broadcast we heard. The man exclaimed, imagining that Dragon wouldn't let his son die in the middle of the war. He won't die. Dragon simply stated and began to step forward. I'm heading there too, so I want you guys to take care of things here, he said while many were still tending to an unconscious Sabo. Wait, Dragon! One of the revolutionary commanders tried to stop Dragon since it was very dangerous. He even exclaimed, but Dragon just exploded the ground at that moment, disappearing from everyone's view and shooting into the sky. Dragon had a determined look as he sped away from the hideout, heading towards the Red Line and beyond it, Marineford. No one imagined the number of forces heading to interfere in the war at that moment. The whole world was about to see even more chaos amidst that fight. Meanwhile, The war continued at the same pace, but many eyes stopped to watch two people facing each other at that moment, in the midst of that chaos. The fights around them paused for a moment, hearing only the explosions in the sky in the distance. The footsteps of Hugo still echoed through the battlefield due to being the largest creature there, as he fought the Tenryubito in the air, breaking the ice below him with his movements. "It's been a few months, but I still want my rematch." "Mihawk," Zoro commented, standing in the crater he had created as he landed after killing the CP0 member. "Let's see how much you've grown." Mihawk commented as he prepared to face Zoro, lifting his black sword. "I'm honored that you're using that sword from the start." Zoro cracked a small smile. Mihawk remained silent, keeping his guard up as he looked at Zoro. He knew this was no longer the brat he had met in the East Blue. This would be a duel between true swordsmen, though still very surprised by Zoro's growth. "They're going to fight," a pirate murmured in surprise as both swordsmen stared at each other, even with Marineford swarming with monsters at that moment. Nami landed beside them while facing some marines and giants, generating wind and destruction, while Zoro and Mihawk still held their gaze, locked on each other. Explosions also arose from the other side, as some attacks broke through Kizaru's defense and exploded against the marines after Usopp used his power of Bahamut. The marines exclaimed as they ran while the ground was destroyed, and some of them were directly hit. A moment later, both exploded the ground, advancing against each other at that moment, under the gaze of many. Mihawk, moving at high speed using his green energy, clashed against Zoro's three swords, which emitted dark red energies. The following year, a shock explosion occurred on all sides, as they stepped back a few steps and disappeared the next moment, while the area began to explode with energies from Zoro and Mihawk clashing as the ground started to explode in that entire area. "We need to get out of here." Both the pirates and the marines exclaimed as the ground exploded and created a curtain of dust and debris in the air. The two swordsmen emerged in the middle of it while still suspended in the air with their gazes still fixed on each other. Zoro, maintaining the same smile, felt his swords pressing against Mihawk's. "This is the strength I wanted to test," he said, his swords glowing with an even more intense light, beginning to expand from it. Mihawk, even with an impassive expression, maintained a challenging gleam in his eye. "Then let me see how far you've come, Roronoa Zoro," he responded, the Yoru in his hands also emitting a sinister glow. Both energies seemed to cover their users still in the air, as they began to contend against each other at that moment, like two flames trying to overpower one another. They separated the next moment and again advanced, creating a clash between the blades with the sound of the blade cutting the air, which was almost like a howl. Zoro blocked the attack with his two swords, the third wedged between his teeth. The impact again generated sparks and another shock wave that made the earth tremble. Zoro gained a slight advantage with an opening and advanced with a vertical slash against the swordsman. Mihawk would not be easily cut and dodged effortlessly. He counterattacked with a powerful vertical strike, aiming to split Zoro in half. Zoro, using his agility, leaped back, narrowly avoiding the blow. "You really have improved, Zoro," Mihawk commented, admitting with admiration. Perhaps in a few years, he would have a worthy challenger for the title of the world's strongest swordsman, and for Mihawk, that would be good. After all, when you are at the top, your growth stagnates significantly. Zoro took a few steps back to balance himself on the ground, and with a fierce look, he did not want to be underestimated at this moment. "It's not over yet." He then advanced, unleashing one of his most powerful strikes. "Blade of Darkness!" Zoro exclaimed, and his blades became blurs as he slashed in a rapid series of movements that seemed to draw a soldier mounted on a horse of energy in the air. Mihawk watched that and quickly put his sword behind him, waiting for the attack while also emitting energy, and prepared an attack as powerful. The world's greatest swordsman at the next moment cut the air, launching an energy against Zoro's strike. The energies exploded the next moment, making the entire bay tremble as strongly as the fight between Luffy and Whitebeard, making everyone look at the dispute between them. Vista looked with admiration at that fight, as did many swordsmen. What a fight! Doflamingo, despite the anger and hatred he harbored for the Straw Hat crew, still kept a look of admiration for this dispute. Boa Hancock, Moria, and Kuma stayed silent while the wind from the dispute affected them as well as all of Marineford. Incredible. In Logatown, the people at the dojo could not be more surprised by this, watching their senpai fight in that way. The explosion of the two energies continued in Marineford, until suddenly they disappeared with Zoro and Mihawk appearing in the middle of it, with both clashing their swords, while time seemed to slow down, with the sound of metal competing against each other. The next moment they seemed to press their blades more, and a sharp sound came from them. While it seemed one was cutting the other, and something happened, Zoro in front of the frozen tsunami he had cut, and Mihawk in front of the frozen tsunami on the other side, maintained an equal gaze until they finally separated the blades from each other. But in the next moment, all of Marine, as strong as the entire world, saw the two frozen tsunamis being entirely cut, rising in the air while splitting in half in a horizontal cut. All the Marines and pirates opened their eyes wide as their mouths hung open for that scene happening in slow motion. "What is this?" they exclaimed together, seeing those huge blocks of ice flying into the air and falling behind them, while the sound of water was heard, causing a change in the sea level in that area. Sengoku and Garp stayed silent, while Ace was once again shocked by the strength of the swordsman under Luffy's flag. He recognized that he could not defeat this swordsman, perhaps not even Vista, his crewmate, and the most powerful swordsman under Whitebeard's flag. But even with the tsunamis disappearing from the bay, while everyone still looked at it with alarm and admiration, Zoro and Mihawk did not stop the fight there, as both advanced against each other again, disappearing in the air and turning into figures clashing against each other while their energies were released. "Gurarararara, you have a very good kid on your crew." Whitebeard laughed and spoke before bringing down his Murakumogiri in a vertical cut against Luffy in hybrid form, hitting against this blade on the ground, lifting Ace, while the ground below him was all cracked with the force of Whitebeard. "You're right, this is the swordsman who will become the greatest in the world, only fitting for the crew that will become the emperor of all seas," Luffy spoke confidently. "Don't get ahead of yourself, kid." Whitebeard exclaimed and launched with his other hand a fist that cracked the air and sent a shockwave toward Luffy. "Let's see how this goes," Luffy commented as he stepped back and, before making a move like Whitebeard, punched the shockwave with his own fist, using armament haki and King's coding. Both the shockwave and the fist collided and emitted a sound of striking each other, while Luffy finally managed to explode that force with his own haki. After that, Luffy landed on the ground looking at his fist, satisfied with the outcome of the dispute with the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard looked on with a surprised expression, though he said nothing. Inside he was wondering where this monster came from. This kid simply attacked him, and in the middle of the fight began to learn the most powerful haki in the world within an hour. He not only began to learn, but entered the first stage of haki, which was alarming even for the man known as the strongest in the world. For Luffy, it was a great satisfaction. After all, this fight gave him so much more than he could imagine. Fighting against Whitebeard was like having 50 times his training, if he had been training alone, as he did with other hakis. This 1 hour became 50 hours, and multiplying 100 times with the Moa Moa no Mai, his training amounted to 5,000 hours yielded in this fight, which gave a massive amount of 208 days of training, i.e., 7 months learned in a matter of 1 hour. It was no surprise that Whitebeard was so shocked by Luffy's development. What kind of monster would emerge if he continued this fight for a whole day? Luffy smiled at the end. Although he still hadn't scratched the potential that the King's coding could do, he achieved the start to develop this haki, and even though he couldn't fight any more with Whitebeard, as he still needed to fight against the Navy, and Luffy could not wait any longer to save his brother, he then decided to start acting. "This was very interesting, Whitebeard, but we still have some things to sort out," Luffy suddenly said. Whitebeard just nodded, understanding what he meant. "You've already taken a lot of my time, kid. I hope this helps you get your brother out of there. he spoke with a smile at the end. "You can count on that, so let's get started," Luffy said and turned his back on Whitebeard as he walked away from all the chaos he had created with that fight. Everyone immediately noticed his movement and looked at Monkey D. Luffy, who began to walk towards his ship, while Whitebeard returned to the Moby Dick. Everyone saw that Monkey D. Luffy was about to take action. Chapter 320, War 14, Third-Person POV, Marineford, First Half of Grand Line. Luffy continued walking calmly through the battlefield, approaching the middle of the bay, while no one interfered, with the Marines stepping back. "Mugiwara," Smoker commented from a distance while striking a pirate with his weapon. His gaze fell on Luffy with many thoughts, and the main one was frustration, with Luffy becoming so powerful that he could go head-to-head with Whitebeard. "Kuina." Captain Tashigi looked towards the fight in the sky, where the woman identical to her was battling a Tenryubito transformed into a giant ice woman. Pops went back to the ship, Marco noted as he saw Whitebeard returning to the bow, maintaining his initial position before starting the fight with Straw Hat. Whitebeard analyzed the fight again. Oars continued lying on the ground, his gaze falling downwards near the square, with Doflamingo knocking down some pirates, but always keeping an eye on the Straw Hats. Moria, who was killing the low-ranking pirates under his flag, as well as Kuma, firing laser beams from his mouth and energy balls from his Akuma no Mi. The Shichibukai girl seemed to attack both pirates and marines, while no one knew why she was doing this, turning everyone into stone. His commanders had been fighting against the admirals, lost sight of them, while Kuzan went to try to fight that girl from the Straw Hats transformed into that giant harpy, and Kizaru had to intervene in the light rays launched by that long-nosed man who strongly resembled Shanks's shooter. There was a man with the Logia of Thunder fighting in the sky against another Tenryubito, while a giant twice the size of Oars was fighting another Tenryubito. Whitebeard was a bit surprised with such strength appearing here to eliminate the Straw Hats, but they were holding up well. His gaze fell on the other fights with the Ice Woman attacking another Tenryubito, the woman with the polka dot hat, and the woman transformed into a phoenix. But the most explosive fight was Kaido's daughter transformed into a kind of hybrid wolves along with Kong, his old foe, who he believed had retired somewhere. But now he was here with these warrior Tenryubitos. His view from the sky saw the green-haired swordsman against the one with hawk eyes, maintaining the same intensity in the fight, after both had sliced through the two frozen tsunamis while exploding the whole area of the bay with no one being able to get close. Descending further, he saw a group with hundreds of members coming from Impel Down, forming some kind of cult for the red-nosed, long-nosed man, reminding him of the kid who used to walk on Roger's ship. He also saw some who did not participate in this type of cult, being Crocodile, who looked at him with a desire to kill, and even Jimbei, who nodded seeing his gaze, while there was another that he did not recognize among them. Moving his gaze once again, he saw the rest of the members standing on the ship, keeping the hostages so they would not kill Ace, which was very good for Newgate. He could see how the presence of the Straw Hats had changed this war, and although he had his pride, he still nodded internally to that. With his last look falling on Monkey D. Luffy coming out of his hybrid form and walking calmly in his human form through the battlefield while his cape fluttered, this kid had surprised him greatly with his development in the fight they had, not being able to gauge the real potential of this person. "These kids, they're all monsters," Whitebeard murmured, but nodded to that. On the Straw Hat's ship, Choo-Choo looked down at the people below him, shouting strange things, and among them, and with the name that emerged more, a rage dominated him, beginning to growl. "Boss Buggy! Boss Buggy! Boss Buggy! Boss Buggy! Boss Buggy!" The prisoners continued shouting. Now that Luffy had finished fighting Whitebeard, his subordinates were exclaiming for him to be the next to face the strongest man in the world. "I have to face him now." Buggy murmured, frightened, with his shoulders slack, looking at the crowd cheering for him at that moment. His gaze fell on Luffy at a distance, coming towards them. "Damn you, Straw Hat! You were supposed to defeat Whitebeard, to stop this madness!" He screamed internally with frustration. Everyone seemed to have created a cult around Buggy, proclaiming that he would be the man to take the title of the strongest. But then the crowd was interrupted by a dog's bark that resonated through the area. A dog! The prisoners looked strangely at Choo-Choo emerging from the Black Pearl and barking towards Buggy. How he despised that pirate. Buggy saw the dog and was horrified. He knew all too well the monster that hid behind that fur. "Get out of here, mutt! You're disturbing Master Buggy." One of the prisoners didn't like Choo-Choo, but the dog simply bit the man's leg and threw him into the air before he could react. Choo-Choo, along with the crowd, saw the prisoner flying over 30 meters before he simply opened his mouth and generated a fireball and threw it towards him, before it exploded on the man and he fell burned and defeated. "What is this dog?" The people exclaimed, and Choo-Choo didn't care as he grew and turned into Cerberus in front of Buggy, breaking the ground, and one of its heads created a bolt, launching it at the clown. Buggy saw that and became extremely scared. He didn't think twice before splitting his body, and one part of him flew away, while the bolt passed over him. The line of the bolt continued to the middle of the bay, and a vice-admiral who was fighting against a commander from Whitebeard's divisions was hit at that moment as it passed through the location of the bolts. He was electrocuted forcefully as he fell defeated, with the commander looking at it confused, wondering where the bolt came from. Incredible. One of the prisoners ignored the Cerberus monster and looked at the result of the bolt. "Yes, you saw that. Boss Buggy defeated a vice-admiral with a bolt." The crowd began to exclaim, "Long live Boss Buggy. He's amazing. He's unbeatable, a legend among legends. He defeated a vice-admiral with just one move, who can fight against him." While the crowd was screaming, and the people who were not part of this cult looked at them like idiots, Buggy let a snot drop from his nose as he returned to the split part that was on the ground and looked back at how that strike had hit a vice-admiral squarely. "Did I do that?" he murmured. Choo-Choo didn't like that at all, and was about to launch all attacks both on Buggy and the crowd, but a voice emerged and stopped him. "Choo-Choo, stop. They are important in this war." Luffy spoke approaching, and Choo-Choo shrank at that moment. Luffy continued approaching his ship while no one interfered with him, ignoring all the fights happening around him, whether in the sky or at a distance, with his own crew members fighting their battles at that moment. He finally approached his ship while his crew members soon noticed Luffy approaching. "Luffy!" Chopper appeared at a corner of the ship, shouting and lifting his little paws. Luffy smiled at the crew's doctor. Vivi also appeared next to him. "Captain, what shall we do?" Bippo was the third to approach, with Den Den Mushi in his hands as Luffy finally opened a smile to the whole world. "Everyone out! It's time for us to launch our attack against the Navy." Luffy gave the order. The members nodded, and Lucy, Shirahoshi, Bippo, Chopper, Nojiko, Alvida, Vivi, Robin, Hachi, and Baby 5 began to emerge, jumping from the ship and landing on the ground in front of Luffy, while Cho-Chu appeared running. "Luffy-sama, how was your fight?" Shirahoshi asked as she approached behind Luffy before hugging him around the neck and staying there. "I couldn't have measured a better opponent." Luffy murmured and passed by the member while stepping on the body of the dead Tenryubito like a dog and touched the wood of the Black Pearl. This last act left quite a few Tenryubito in Mary Geoice angry. Luffy used the power of his Akuma no Mi while the ship began to shrink, turning it into the size of a small marble. Luffy looked at the ship now in his hands, with tiny Tenryubitos still tied to the sails as he nodded, with them speaking something that sounded like ants, and he tucked them into his pocket. "Come with me." Luffy looked at his entire crew, waiting for his orders. He spoke as he walked forward with his members obeying his commands. "Beppo, give the broadcast Den Den Mushi to that long-nosed clown," Luffy ordered, while Jinbei, Ivankov, and even Crocodile looked on from a corner next to the prisoners. "Who are you calling a long-nosed clown?" Buggy immediately shouted upon hearing that. Luffy shrugged as Beppo simply lifted the Den Mushi with his power and tossed it directly to Buggy, who quickly caught it. "Film the war, since we need a cameraman. Remember, this is the main function of this war. Only the strongest man can do this," Luffy commented with a small smile, while the crew looked at him wondering why he was tricking the clown. "Wolf!" Choo-Choo disagreed with Luffy, but Luffy just patted him, saying it was all right. "Who are you calling a cameraman?" Buggy complained, but he became confused remembering Luffy's following words. Only the strongest man? He murmured, still trying to understand it, while the other prisoners looked at each other. Incredible. Look how he talks to Monkey D. Luffy, the man who faced Whitebeard just moments ago, a prisoner said. Incredible. Buggy is really amazing, the clueless prisoners began to exclaim. Wait, Straw Hat said only the strongest man can be the cameraman. As expected of Boss Buggy. Let's help him with this. Prepare the equipment. The first exclaimed while grabbing various filming equipment from who knows where as they prepared to film the war with their boss Buggy. Ace, we're gonna save you, Lucy exclaimed as she approached Luffy. Jinbei, Ivankov, and their group, even Crocodile and Whitebeard joined them, while the prisoners stayed a bit away organizing the filming with Buggy. Luffy, you shouldn't be here. Suddenly Ace's voice echoed across the battlefield. Luffy looked towards his brother. This war isn't yours. You have your own crew, and I have mine. You shouldn't fight a war that wasn't yours. Ace exclaimed. He didn't want Luffy to come closer. He didn't want Luffy to have the same fate as him, but Luffy just scoffed, asking internally if Ace was blind or something. You underestimate me, brother, thinking I don't have the power to defeat the Navy. Just stay there and wait, because we are going to get you out of there. You hear that, Sengoku and Marine Garp? Luffy declared with an altered voice. Sengoku looked on with firm eyes, while Garp had a somber look. His grandson had declared him as his enemy in this war, and he now had to fight against him, to save Ace, his other grandson. Everyone get ready, Luffy announced, and all the members who were not fighting prepared to advance to the square. That's it for this part. Thank you for listening to What If There Was a Different Luffy. If you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe.